Guys, and we've also got another interesting guest this week, although not one of the preeminent names in science. Someone with some interesting things to share, nonetheless. So, starting out, we'll travel back to the icy cold Midwest slash North of Minnesota. You had something you had wanted to mention about that, didn't you, Craig?
Well, they recently they won a contest up there in Minnesota.
Hmm.
They're the nation's leading something. I'll give you the Wheel of Fortune guess here.
Hmm.
Roll that dial and tell me what is it for $800 or bankruptcy, either one. What do you think what prize do you think Minnesota has won of recent?
Well, it can't be
They
most corrupt, so
Woohoo! There's corruption of one variety. It
hmm.
is not financial. Actually, it doesn't matter if you leave the pick you currently have or you put the one of Mayor Fry um, enjoying his delicious food. Either one will work for the subject.
Well, either way, you're
So,
looking at
something that afflicts children commonly, young children, um, as a
well, I
disease
mean, we could
that they
we could
get,
go any number of ways with that, like
as a disease they get, usually only like the once, and then the parents look out for it and it never happens again.
we could still be going any number of ways with this. Are you talking
While
about
playing outside,
piss orgy related diseases, or
while playing outside,
as
usually does
again,
not require an adult to do anything to them.
well, as we've learned from piss orgy, attending adults that also, you know,
I know
there is
I'm
no
being very
contact,
specific,
obviously.
aren't I?
So where are you going with this, Craig?
Yeah, things that never happen, right?
Right.
So, so Minnesota is leading the country in sexually transmitted ringworm.
Hmm. So you
So I just want you to be aware. Ringworm is typically transmitted via the fecal oral route, and that
yeah.
includes during sexual transmission.
Huh.
There's no like penis vagina variety of ringworm transmission. It is fecal oral. That's it. Typically, a small child will play out in the grass and come across some animal matter, and then they can auto reinfect if they are a particularly disgusting child and their parents aren't stopping that behavior early. But then, if it comes to sexual transmission, there's only a couple ways that happens,
Hmm.
and the state of Minnesota is leading the country with a sudden outbreak of this. Welcome, Bats. Actually, you're on topic.
Uh, the
So
days in
yeah,
which we find
um,
ourselves.
either through wild animals and their presence on the lawn, or
Hmm.
through other activities, they are leading. And it was specific. The headline was specific.
Now, do
Sexually
you get this
transmitted.
from eating cats and or dogs, or is this another thing?
Um, no, cooking does kill ringworm.
Oh, okay, okay, interesting.
Thorough cooking kills ringworm.
Hmm.
And as you are aware, when they butcher them and they eat them, they do tend to thoroughly cook them out in the open on the little fire pits.
Okay, well, safety
So
first.
yeah, so I mean, admittedly, they do cook their food. Sometimes it turns out to look like what Mayor Fry is eating. Sometimes.
Probably as appetizing, certainly.
Well, yeah, on the topic of appetizing, I think we can move on from this. Okay, that's a good pick, Bets. I'm taking that. Mine, your meme is stolen,
Well,
and
anyhow.
how it is stolen once again.
Oh, hey, somebody soy jacked it up. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so um, we can move on from this, as I'm sure everyone is
Yeah.
enthralled by the discussion of the fecal oral route
I thought we were going to
and the
talk about
diseases.
farmers' awards. I guess I was right.
Well, everything. It's a circle. Life's a circle.
Well, yes, that's it is a closed loop.
It is the circle of life, or something like that.
Well, you start off as an egg. You're in a warm, moist environment. we can move on.
Yeah. Anyway, so we've got some not breaking news. Well, no, it's breaking, I guess, but no one's going to be surprised since we reported on this at least 3 other times over the years. Well, anyway, UN personnel have raped over 60,000 people, and you employed over 3,300 pedophiles into its organization and agencies over the past decade.
This is why collecting blue helmets is a civic virtue. Just leaving that out there.
Yeah, if you see a blue helmet, you need to run if you're not armed, and if you are, then
you should always post a sign.
Appropriately.
I hope you're wearing. Well, always post a sign. You need to be fair. I hope you're wearing level 4 plates.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And in other incredibly.
Do recall that anything below the helmet is fair game, because you don't have to collect any of the other parts of them.
Well, I don't. Well, it might segue. We'll hope it doesn't have to, but you never know. You never know. Anyway, out of Microsoft, there's been another Windows update for 11. Actually,
there's a couple things on Microsoft that we'll get to. But this one first. Yes, please do tell about the update.
Yeah, so they went ahead and updated 11, which as everybody knows, Windows 11 is out of support, so no reason to do that other than
Windows 10 out of support.
Oh yeah, right, you're right. There's not a 12 yet.
Unless you've done the extended support, which goes through next year.
Right.
Or no, November of this year. I don't remember which one it is. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm so lost on these god awful products. But anyway, this current patch KB 5077-181, what it'll do is remove your internet, basically, kind of nullify your DHCP client service.
In some cases, and in those some cases, it is because it fudges a particular component's ability to load DLL files.
I mean, what do you need DLLs for?
Well, the one in particular that we're talking about would be your DHCP server. Or DHCP.
You don't say. So are these dynamic link libraries important at all, Craig? I have to imagine they might be.
It has to do with. It has to do with for those wonderful computers that are connected to Microsoft Unified accounts. That would be the vast majority of them these days. It looks to the internet to see if your account is valid when you enter the password. Now, the majority of accounts will also not be impacted by this at this stage because the majority of accounts have local caching of your password, salt, etc. So it should not affect the users in the vast majority of cases, but those who are, say, at a corporate level, where they have certain security policies enforced, they're going to have problems. Well, at least have like one person listening to hundreds of them complain about the same problem, who I'm sure will be under no pressure whatsoever to get things solved. And also, if you're inside that situation, or you set your own policies at home, and then there's some other edge cases, you'll get into a boot loop because of this. And it's one of those things where it's like, the system, had this error, whatever. Click yes to continue, and you only have no on the thing. It's one of those kind of problems. It's just one of those things where it tries to look for the ability to connect to the internet to see if you're actually who you say you are. It cannot load that file. It cannot load that functionality. It cannot look for the internet to use it properly, even though it knows a connection exists, which is why it insists on using one. So because that fails, it fails to authenticate. And because it fails to authenticate during boot with secure boot, it doesn't secure boot.
Well, that's lovely.
And you get into a boot loop. So it tries to reboot so it can refresh that and continue with the authentication, and it just doesn't work. So yeah, it's one of those really frustrating things and he can do safe mode and rollback and so on. But unless you know what you're doing, that becomes an issue. Now, additionally, this gets fun. This gets more fun. So we covered the whole Notepad++ thing before. Getting up to date and so on.
And then the Notepad thing.
Days after.
Yeah.
Days after that became an issue. Notepad, which runs Copilot, and even in Windows 10
had the
runs
joy of covering
fucking
that.
Bing. Yeah, so Notepad runs AI, and because it has the internet connected AI associated with it, some pioneering malicious actors discovered they could inject. They could basically have the Copilot AI parse some MD files, so Markdown files. That's like most of your READMEs on GitHub, for example. That kind of file. So otherwise, pretty much plain text. It's simpler than HTML as far as the markup on it. That's why it's called Markdown. So it's supposed to be stupid simple, and it is. But you can inject malicious instructions and hide them, or you can do all kinds of fun things like that inside an MD file. And so, much like putting some really small font hidden text in a different font in a resume to fool an AI doing automated resume scans, you can fool Notepad into running malicious code on your computer. You can basically tell it to do things like download a remote access terminals or RAT, and you can own your box in just opening up a file with Copilot running in the background. So that was bad.
You don't say.
I went ahead and I slapped together what I would call a barely functional piece of shit, but does still technically count as Notepad. I threw it on GitHub and sent that out there for the world to enjoy. I wrote that in Qt, what I would call a one-file wonder. So it's cross-platform is the end point of that. And because CMake is still pissed off at me on my computer looking for a file that doesn't fucking exist, I went ahead and did it with MS Build. So I don't have like a nice clean build, like a package you can go and download on GitHub, but if you know how to run a Qt builder or Qt compiler, like you can just download it and give yourself a new Notepad. But frankly, Notepad as a thing is kind of like almost a tutorial write-up for a lot of different programming languages, especially a front-end dedicated thing like Qt. So these are like tutorial level things that do bare minimum functionality. In fact, if you look at the Qt's standard tutorial for a Notepad like thing, it even has like HTML shit in there, which I didn't bother with. So I'll toss you the link so you can look at it, or at least post it for people. But yeah, and at some point I'll throw it together with the Windows build and toss it up there. That won't be any big issue. But it's certainly like I wanted to do it automated so that like it would automatically do a build release when I uploaded or when I sent in an update via GIP. It would automatically build it and then make it for multiple platforms. So because it's done in Qt, I can run it on my computer, so a PC or a Mac or Linux or a phone of either variety, iOS or Android OS. That was the point of it being written in Qt, was cross-platform compatibility. But in order to do it in a cross-platform compiling, I would have to do it with Qt with CMake, and GitHub has CMake automation, but I don't believe it has MS Build automation. That would be of use to me here because I think that's just for .NET. But anyway, it was stupid easy for me to do that, and because it's hosted on GitHub, which Microsoft owns, I thought it was just very funny.
No, there is some irony to that.
Exactly. Solutions to problems that shouldn't fucking exist in the first place, for things Like they're even like they're doing this. They're doing this shit with so many basic things. Copilot is in MS Paint. Why? Is there no like these basic apps are supposed to be stupid simple, and that's all they do. No other shit, no other bells, whistles, whatever to go wrong. Like you should not have internet connectivity required for a glorified sticky note.
You would think that. You really would, but here we are.
So yeah, it rubs me the wrong way. The bullshit they've been like they have thoroughly ruined Microsoft as a company, which really is upsetting.
You got to make sure to keep tabs on your sticky notes.
Well, or they will,
Yes.
you know, and have it hosted only on the cloud and not on your computer locally anymore.
Yeah, so here's
Which,
the GitHub.
yeah, we did actually report on that one as well, too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
here's
throw
the
the
GitHub,
Git
and you
in
can-
there for anyone that's
You can
interested.
see from the README on there. I wonderfully have. So it's called JTFN or just Notepad. As
Just
I'm
the
sure you'll
functional
understand the
notepad.
idiom. Well, functional probably would have been better. But I called it fantastic.
Oh, well, there you go.
But of course, the hidden context is just the fucking Notepad. So no AI, no Bing, no internet required, and barely functional. I think those are all the requirements necessary for understanding what's been going on here. I do have a code of conduct. I do have a code of conduct for anyone who wants to contribute. It's actually my own, and if you click through on it, you'll see that it goes to simplecodeofconduct.org. I believe Bats is familiar with this one. It's a code of conduct I use in Discord servers as well, which actually we should talk about Discord in a bit.
There is a lot to talk about. As a matter of fact, why don't we just dive into it right now? Actually, we'll start with the Kotaku article because it's the least trustworthy, having come from Kotaku, but tracks. So, as of right now, they are said to be backing away from some of these age verification things they're wanting to do.
Oh, they backpedaled hard, but it's not going to work.
Well, the thing about it is,
they
their main issue with it is perhaps one of the companies attached to that verification, and that would be Palantir.
Oh, tell me about Palantir. What's wrong with them? Why not Palantir?
Well, let's see what they say here. Do they
sure
have
I'll be
anything?
eliminating.
Apparently switching age verification providers to Persona. Okay. And is Persona... Oh, okay, so they're the one that's actually tied to them, I guess?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, let's see here. Why? None other than your favorite friend and mine, the anti-humanist, antichrist awaiting Thiel. Oh, okay, so it's a Peter Thiel thing. Oh, that's fair. They did write an article about him some years back that he didn't like very well, and that was not super well received. Gawker Media and all. That it didn't go well
Wait.
for them, actually.
What media? I don't know if that exists anymore.
No, I think it actually doesn't.
Oh, good. Happy day.
So, yeah, that's I mean, there is something to be said for that because there's, in addition to that, there actually has been something very fascinating that's happened just recently. Now, is it real? I don't know, but we have, by way of Kim.com sharing the information, a great big old hack of Palantir and potentially Alex Karp's thing.
Now, Kim.com, just to preface on this, rarely I would say is he just straight out trustworthy. He's a bit of a communist fuckstain.
I wouldn't say that, but he has definitely got his biases, and
But
he is
sometimes
very,
he is. He tends.
he's an assertive
tends
personality.
Yeah, he's.
But that said, he is the messenger here, and I'll just read the message. And that is, breaking, Palantir was allegedly hacked. An AI agent was used to gain super user access And here's what the hackers allegedly found. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp commit mass surveillance of world leaders and titans of industry on a massive scale. They have thousands of hours of transcribed and searchable conversations with Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
They have backdoored the devices, cars, and jets of world leaders and accumulated the biggest archive of blackmail material. Palantir is creating nuclear and bioweapons capabilities for Ukraine.
The thing is, a lot of this stuff is purely believable. So what I mean to say about him is that he is a piece of shit in some regards, but that we shouldn't stain the info by the messenger it arrives by.
Well, I mean, we're here to just put out the information. That's what we do. So
he also does like to leak things. And
yeah,
so
especially if it's damaging to
work.
people that have been fucking with him. So that
Yes,
that gives me
he's
some
petty
reason.
like that. I can appreciate that.
So that said, where were we here? Palantir is creating nuclear and bioweapons capabilities for Ukraine and is working closely with the CIA to defeat Russia. They believe they're 1 year away. Oh my god, fucking idiots! If that's true. Anyway,
1 year away from nukes in Ukraine. Oh, that's wonderful.
No, they just believe they're 1 year away from defeating Russia. But anyway, that's retarded.
If that sounds like nukes in Ukraine is part of that process, just gonna go ahead and throw that out there.
Well,
So
JFK wanted another place not to have
victory.
nukes, and that didn't go well for him. But anyway,
if you're saying if they're 1 year away from victory, that sounds more like they're closer than a year to nukes in Ukraine.
who even knows? But I wouldn't put anything past the evil monsters that work at the CIA. So I would not be surprised if they did any sort of awful evil thing. Especially having, read some recently released letters. But anyway, they plan to achieve this by keeping Russia busy with meaningless peace negotiations. Palantir is responsible for the majority of Palestinian deaths in Gaza. They've developed the AI targeting for Israel. I think that actually was confirmed, so, there you go. Palantir is the arm of the CIA, and all data from internet...
Hold on a second, just briefly here, because this is a minor aside. Deaths in Palestine, 70,000, 58,000 of those confirmed to be Hamas. As far as wars go, that's the best ratio civilian to combatant that we've ever seen.
Well, short of Ukraine, but yeah. But anyway.
No, that's pretty fucking great.
Well, I don't think the numbers
70,000 total, 58,000 were combatants. Typically, the ratio in history has been between 7 and 9 civilians per combatant. That is way under 1. So just as it stands, this is confirmed by the White House and by the UN and by the powers that be in the Arab Peninsula doing their own research into it.
Yeah, maybe, but there was
still
left
all the same numbers.
There was still more left of Mariupol than there was of Gaza. So, just saying.
So just to put that, just put that through. Minor aside, anyway.
Yeah.
So Palantir AI targeting.
Yeah. Where were we here? Yeah, got that. So
What I don't want to put out there, what I don't want that to sound like is that their targeting was what made that happen.
Oh yeah, no. Benji was going to do what he was going to do one way or the other. That's just the way it is. That's the way it's always been. Benji was like, "Man, I need a foil. I know. I'm going to make Hamas," and then he did. But anyway, Palantir is an arm of the CIA, and all data from international clients is copied into a CIA spy cloud. Palantir has become the most dangerous company in the world. If you work there, you have the right to know that this is what Palantir AI is used for without your knowledge. Palantir data that the hackers allegedly gathered will be given to Russia and or China. I was chosen as a trusted partner for the publication. I'm not involved in the Palantir hack, and I don't know the hackers.
Palantir data to Russia and China.
But I do know that the hack happened. So make of it what you will. But
that is ugly business.
Yeah, that if that's accurate, that's going to be very complicated.
That sounds like it would be state actor hackers, as in Russia.
That would be the kind of complication I'm talking about.
Because, let's be fair, China's state actor hackers generally suck at their job. They usually piggyback on Russia. The most they've been able to do is to face a couple of websites and to listen in on a couple of Democrats that have already had spies inside their staff. So, like, you don't really count that as hacking if they've just literally put the fucking USB key in. You know, like Fang level of infiltration.
Oh, like Hillary Clinton, for instance, where
like
she had her well, no, not just her driver, she also had her IT department, and then also didn't she have a personal assistant aside from the driver also that was from like a third
not just
country? So it's like she had Pakistan on the IT, she had China as the driver, and I swear I thought she had like a personal assistant from somewhere else too.
Yeah, Abedin.
Oh, okay, so just anti-American in general. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, the one that just was fucking a guy who was basically kicked out of Congress for
a real dick.
Wham, yeah, that guy. Exactly.
And
the way that
if you will.
The way that they found out about the rest of those emails, the ones that were bleach bitted away.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of emails, just a quick update. We are now at 3%. So the hope is, I shouldn't say emails. I should say files. We don't know how much is files, how much is emails, how much is video, how much is pictures, whatever. But we are at 3%.
On that subject of videos.
Oh, there's quite a few that cannot be released.
No. This is further down that road. Some files are labeled as PDFs, and I'm not going to tell you how to search these because user beware. Videos from that island would have issues, possibly involving your possession of that data at any part of the process of viewing them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could be a federal crime.
FBI knocking on your door issues. So, I'm not going to tell you how to find them. It's not that hard to find, say, a video on X telling you how to find them. But there's certain search phrases you can use that will show up and give you PDFs, which, if you try to look at them, seem to be invalid files. All you have to do is change the file extension to MP4 instead of PDF. And there are videos. And the hope is that there are not any videos of an illegal nature.
Well,
but that is not proven, and it's not a. This is one of those things that nobody wants to find out whether or not it's true. That you might be able to find videos that you're not supposed to.
I have something specifically related.
I'm not going to look,
and you don't need to.
I'm just saying, I'm not looking. You shouldn't look.
Yeah, I'm going to save you the trouble. You actually don't have to. I don't remember if it was originally Alex that released this because a couple of people kind of noticed it at the same time, but I just happened to have his tweet here that's got it, and I'll throw the link below here for you. Actually, let me. I'll just throw it in general because I think I put it up, but I may not have elsewhere. So anyway, I'll just read from this FBI file description of a. Let me see, of a photograph, and I will read that off. With the photograph itself is redacted, but is on the top of the thing as a letterhead, as it were. Redacted has an additional image showing part of Mike's face, this time visibly participating in abusing Redacted 3. Together, the two partial images of Mike's face may help identify him. Last year, in addition to sending Redacted images, Redacted stated that Mike told Redacted that her foster mother, Sheila, was going to come to Israel and would take Redacted to a nice family. Redacted did not believe that would be nice at all. While media stories have stated that Epstein and Maxwell's victims were mostly teenagers, there is evidence that suggests that they also abused younger girls. Jean-Luc Brunel reportedly provided Epstein a birthday gift of 12-year-old triplets. Epstein victim Redacted stated in the Netflix documentary Who Killed Jeffrey Epstein, Episode 2, that when she worked as a receptionist at the NYC mansion in about 1995, quote, many girls, little girls, were always going in and out, end quote. A phone message slip referred to Russian lessons from 2 by 8-year-olds and Redacted in an expose from Australian television said that Epstein sought girls, the younger the better. Redacted images presumably could be shown to other Epstein-Maxwell victims to see if they remembered her. It is our understanding that the Epstein NYC mansion redacted was, and then it goes to the next page. Now, you'll notice I didn't describe any of that video, so we'll go to _3, which describes it. Don't have any children present. I'm going to read it to you. The photo shows a girl, her face visible, who looks prepubescent with medium.
Just a half second longer.
Mm-hmm.
That was okay. Good. Children out of the room.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Anyway, medium length dark hair. Again, no kids. Get them away. For real. Several Caucasian men are holding the girl's legs spread open. Her vagina is visible and gashed. There is blood coming out. In the photo's foreground, a man with a white shirt appears to be inserting his hand or something into her vagina. A round imprinted symbol of some kind is visible on the girl's leg on the underside of her left thigh. In the photo's right-hand corner, there is an arm with a green shirt visible. An arm holds the girl's knee in the air. In the photo's left foreground, there's a profile of a man with long sideburns, a beard, and a small bald spot on his head. In the photo's background on the left, there appears to be the unclothed top torso of a man. A man with what appears to be a black t-shirt and a blue shirt appears on the left of the girl's face. On the photo's lower left, there's a green structure, which is hard to identify. The girl's mouth looks bloody, and her tongue is extended. There is a bruise under her left eye and a red mark on the left side of her neck. Her left shin is bleeding, and there are purplish bruises on her abdomen. Redacted recalls the actions taking place in this additional image. And thankfully, the image is not there. But that's...
Can we just, blow up this island? Can we just sink it? I don't see that there's anything of value on this island except for evidence. If it hasn't been collected by now, it damn well should be in the future.
Well,
just collect the evidence and bomb the island. Just turn it into an underwater monument to the deaths that happened there, to the destruction that happened there.
Well, one small problem with that, it's got a lot of concrete underneath of it now, where once there were tunnels,
I think because a bunker buster will fix that.
Well, you'll need a few because all of those bunkers, they're now filled with concrete, so we can't really ever know quite what was in there.
Well,
and then of course, there's the other thing that we didn't get to report on last week, a nice, well, not nice by any means, but an update nonetheless. There was a very, very sizable one-time only ever order of sulfuric acid by Mr. Epstein that we've recently learned of.
Well, I saw there was a couple of drums of it ordered. Mm-hmm. That's not nearly as much as, well, you know what? I've got a different context for how much a lot of that stuff is.
Oh yeah, it's like
certainly more than what you get at a hardware store. Put it like that.
Oh yeah, no, he got basically a couple of barrels, which is
that's like a pallet is like 450. A pallet is like 450 or 100 gallon drums, depending on which size barrel you got. A barrel in general is going to be about 50 gallons. A barrel of oil is a 100 gallon barrel, but typical chemical product barrel is going to be about 50 gallons. So if you got two barrels, that's about 100 gallons, 100 to 200 gallons, we'll call it.
Well, in this case, 330, but
Okay, there you go.
And that was also, I mean, it's just a coincidence that it was on the same day that the 2018 investigation began. I mean, that pure coincidence, obviously, nothing more. Perish the thought if you should think otherwise. But
that much acid is enough to scrub the place. If you wanted to dissolve people, there's probably better ways to go about that. But I guess
certainly
could get away with a lot of it. If they were trying to get rid of bodies, I would have coupled that with a significant amount of hydrogen peroxide too, just make piranha acid. But then again,
sure, but
I'm not an evil mastermind who owns an island for specifically destroying the lives of
you don't own Skull Island or anything.
Right.
So.
Oh, so speaking of the island, just another quick aside. I thought this one was interesting. So I saw this in a video that perked my attention on X, as you do. There's a Pokestop there.
Yes.
It was. but has the
Was until
FBI
very
or
recently,
U.S.
as a matter of fact.
has the FBI or U.S. government subpoenaed Pokemon Company to get that data?
Yeah,
Or whichever
Nintendo of
company.
America. What can you tell us
I
about
know.
that?
I don't think it's Nintendo.
Oh no,
If the
they own the
Pokemon
Pokemon Company.
Okay. Well, either
Well,
way,
not Nintendo of America, Nintendo in general, but I mean, you know what I'm saying.
But whichever company directly is responsible for that data would be the one to subpoena. And because they farm these things out to different companies to get them to do it's that standard practice, just to farm it out to a different company to get things done. Like Palmon doesn't directly own the Palmon mobile app; they're a part owner with the company they had develop it. That kind of thing.
Sure.
So I don't know which one you would say subpoena to get location data from users.
Well, I mean, you just send it all across the way. I mean, you're the FBI. That's what you do.
Exactly. So the hope I have is that the FBI has been cognizant of this and has actually gone through with subpoenaing the data, because that would tell you the device ID data and location.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you'd have like MAC addresses, the whole shebang.
Right, and then you could just wait for one of those devices to connect to a cell tower.
You could.
Because they have active contracts with every major carrier in the United States, so that they don't need to send a warrant in. It's a product that is sold to them to purchase, say, an event where you just wait for a ping from a given MAC address connecting to a cell tower, that kind of thing, or CIID, that kind of issue. So they don't have to even necessarily use a warrant if the company is offering it, and those companies do offer them, because user privacy is not their priority, but that's a different conversation. Point being, if they're going to be violating rights in that way, directly or indirectly, then the least we could do is take advantage of it while it's still an available thing and find where those devices are. Because if anything, the devices themselves would be as valuable as the person that would be attached to them to find out what the hell was going on when that device was on that island at that specific date and time.
And I mean, who knows? We might find a very curious set of events related to that, not unlike the well, probably not going to be millions, but the many millions of cell phones that never got turned off and just one day powered down in China. In 2020. Cough.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a dark moment. And
I
then
remember us talking
and then there were
about
the weather satellites that noticed all that extra carbon in the air and those other trace elements.
Remember the PM 2.5 picked up.
Yeah.
Quite significantly, and sulfur and nitrogen.
Oh yeah. There was there were mobile furnaces, big ones.
Yep. So.
But anyway, in some more interesting news.
Sam has been hanging out in general voice. I think we should drag him in.
I will bring Sam in just so that I can share this wonderful development with him. So here we go.
Okay.
Howdy, Sam. I've got an interesting, fun bit of news. Now, as we all know, Little St. James was, for the longest time, a popular tourist destination with Disney Cruise Lines. As a matter of fact, you can even to this day hop on there, take a quick look-a-rooney, and see that's was available. They've even still got the old HTML of all things. But anyway, it probably isn't anymore. Since they like I said, they cemented up all the attractions.
Hold on, which cruise line? Which cruise line?
Disney Magic.
Okay, because I was going to say the Royal Caribbean's had a major problem with certain diseases on board recently. Different story, different time.
Well, different ones, in this case. Like, the ones they'd have been worried about there would be, like, prion diseases from eating human flesh. Anyway, so the... at Orlando...
Yeah.
So the Gay Days at Orlando has been put on pause for 2026.
Gay Days at Orlando.
Yes, at Disney World.
Oh,
they're not going to be doing the Gay Days for 2026. They're not feeling real prideful of that one at this exact moment. You could say.
I wonder why that happened. What happened to that
Well,
special status? Huh?
yeah, well, I remember a few years ago, the Dems were getting all butthurt because pun fully intended, by the way, because DeSantis was pulling all the gay curriculum from Florida schools, and so I guess
Yeah,
Disney decided to
they
they
tried to
decided
flex on him.
yeah, they decided to flex on him, and then they decided to go on strike over something that had nothing to do with Disney.
I remember them all walking around. God, that was stupid.
I never went to Disney World as a kid, and I don't, you know,
I think you're too
there's
thin to
no
be a Disney
reason
adult,
to
Sam. I'm
anymore.
sorry.
So
Well, the
You're
magic's
far
all
too
gone.
fit to
I'll say
be
that.
a Disney adult. Let's be real.
They,
yeah, well, yeah, well, and I can't even get to the front of the line anymore because they ixnayed that rule because too many people abused it. So
yeah, well, you show up there, you can't walk 10 feet without sitting down and panting. You get into one of those mobile chairs, and I guess you're at the front of the line. Yeah, they all the magic of the experience there is gone, and here's the really sad part, truly sad part, is I don't think bringing a kid there is good or even safe anymore.
oh no.
It's really sad. It used
Well,
to be that Disney was the fucking coolest thing. I remember that when I was much younger. It was the coolest thing. Even like doing Islands of Adventure up through high school because we'd all go into the Jurassic Park Jungle Gym and fuck around there. It was a really fun place. And then they decided to fucking hang a rainbow over everything, and it's like, why would I expose my kid to this? This is not child friendly. They had the He-Man female princesses. Sorry, not female, male princesses. The bodybuilder named Tina.
Oh, the hero from
Like
The
a
Last of Us
picture
2.
with Princess Tiffany. Just shit like that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Craig, to be fair, the Dow is over 50,000 right now. The Nasdaq is smashing records,
Hey,
and that's what we
here's
should
the
be
funny
talking
thing.
about.
The fucked up thing is, she actually had a point when she was saying all that shit.
When?
She did not. She did not introduce the segue. Let me rephrase it. She didn't have a segue.
No, at all.
But she had a point when she got to the end of that, with Jamie Ratskin trying to interrupt that fucking weasel of a person. When she got to the end of it, she did kind of 1-2 punch them with that little sidetrack. But what a way to enter into that! Just the Dow is over 50,000.
And unfortunately,
What?
Pam. Oh, somebody was listening.
No longer over 50,000.
They were listening. They were like, "Oh, is it? Oh, really? Is that? Oh, so that's the mark. Gotcha." So anyway,
Guess we
Dow
got
is
sitting around
back under.
49,800 for a while. Fuck you, lady.
Yeah.
That was really bad. That was like I said. The fucked up part is she did actually have a point, and she did hit them with it, and it was successful. But everybody just remembers the part how she opened it up, which was the Dow is over 50,000, which somehow has something to do with Epstein.
The whole problem with Pam Bondi that I find is that she's the one who literally campaigned on this whole Epstein thing to get into the Trump administration, into the whole Trump administration, and yet now she's the one backpedaling on it big time. And yeah, you're also right, Craig. She can't speak at all.
I get being nervous and missing up a word once, but she didn't do Candace Owen pronunciation. She just flat out fucked up the word several times and just kept using the same wrong word. Lady, activate the brain power, stop being such a blonde, and get this shit done right.
Well,
the whole blonde thing is true, and I'm sure she's a fucking natural blonde because boy, does she have some brainlet moments.
Well, it's funny you mention that because actually that's not the case.
I'm wrong. I just read it.
No, you didn't. Actually, the studies are that blondes are, by and large, uh, smarter. Just interestingly enough.
Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because the stereotype proves otherwise.
Well, anyhow, on that note, let me see
Oh,
if I
come
can
on.
find
That's a
the.
good joke going from me.
Oh no, I got you. I'm just trying to because you had mentioned idiotic people, and I'm trying to find the Ocasio
Oh,
Cortez clip from the other day.
oh,
That is
she
breathtaking.
single-handedly proves that the whole blonde thing is a myth, doesn't she? She is the
Yeah.
one data point that brings the average down.
Well, the other thing I love too is Esquire magazine is now they hate Trump so much that they're now retweeting Candace Owens
Oh my
like
god.
dishing on Erica Kirk because
Oh my
uh
god.
yeah so like Candace, and this is what I've said at her for a long
Can
time,
they
she's
not
always
compartmentalize what they're supposed to be doing?
yeah. Well, Candace is a lefty, and I mean that's kind of always been the
Oh yeah.
case. So, um, and man, it's really sad because that's why it used to be like a men's lifestyle magazine, and now they just bitch about men
Well,
all the
it's a different
time.
kind of lifestyle, sir. It's a certain choice of lifestyle.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you hire Keith Olbermann on your editorial
Right.
board. So,
Well, I just put it like this: as far as women's fashion goes, like the worst thing that men allowed to happen to women in the last 50 years, sorry, 70 years, was for women's fashion to be taken over by gay men and bitter cat ladies. Uh, I guess that is why that's partly why so many women have so many body image issues is because you have women with impossible standards who just hate competition, and you have a bunch of gay guys who don't actually want to fuck the woman that they're trying to pretty up. So like, it's why the
yeah.
hell would any woman listen to these pieces of shit? Well, just because they've been sold that lie their whole entire life, and men have been oblivious or incompetent in their stewardship over their relationships.
Yeah, well, look at how many like bitter cat ladies have been bitching out Sweeney
Exactly. No, you're 100%
over
right.
the past 5 years. I've never seen any of her movies at all because, like Evan, I don't really tend to watch most like recent movies. But
Well,
yeah,
she's
it's
going to be in something coming up. Although speaking of things coming up, what's her name from Game of Thrones is going to be the next Tomb Raider lady, and basically it's just flat out going to be there's not going to be anything sexy about it. It's like, okay, so
Who,
like
the
half
small
the
odd
point of the
girl?
character is gone.
I mean, that would be that would track, but
No, the what's her name, uh the
Sophie
redhead.
Turner, I think is her
Yes,
name.
yes, thank you.
huh?
Yes, Sophie Turner is going to be the next Tomb Raider, next Lara Croft, and said like there's not going to be anything sexy about it. It's like, okay, and then you see the first images is just like wrist to chin covered up in clothing. It's like, all right, look, I'm not one to say that a woman has to show things, but like if you're gonna cover her up completely like in a frock and then say there's gonna be nothing sexy about this character when the half the basis of the character is being able to do all the stuff she does in shorts and a tank top.
She
Like,
can't act either.
that's actually my main problem with her. It's like this, like the whole lore issue and the whole like aesthetic issue aside, I don't trust her to read the lines and sound like she believes them.
Oh, well, speaking of lore, we should probably mention another AOC related thing here, and that is that, of course,
Alrighty.
uh, you know, the Mexicans, they've traditionally spoken Spanish.
Oh my god, this was so good. She was in tears. I
It's
mean, I know it was a
they've
news video,
spoken
but like, come on.
they've spoken Spanish in Mexico.
Oh god, that was funny.
So you should probably talk to them about cowboys.
as I said, single-handedly bringing the average down. God damn. Oh, so there was one other thing she did. She was confronted with a question about Taiwan. That was pretty interesting, wasn't
She
it?
had some great answers for that.
Now
It was a complicated answer.
We have spoken about this before multiple times on this show at length regarding Taiwan, the U.S.'s position in foreign policy on this. She managed to use most of the correct words in an order. Was not the correct order.
Oh, I found it. I've got it right
She
here.
got
I'll be throwing
long-standing
that in the
policy
links below for anyone to
she got the
appreciate.
phrase "long-standing policy" out of her mouth. That was the only set of words in the correct order in that whole entire bungle of run-on sentence she attempted.
I'm honestly
Deer in
surprised.
headlights. I'm not prepared for this test.
I'm honestly surprised she didn't pull a John Cena and just start speaking fluent Chinese Mandarin like to the camera.
Right?
That would also track.
Camera.
Turn to
Yeah.
the camera, ting chong, ling long, ping pong. And
Yeah.
it's just god damn it.
And
By the way, Dipping On, you've been welcome to toss in your 2 cents here as we go.
But related,
By the way,
Jasmine Crockett, which you can all just laugh at that until I even get into it.
Crackett, sir. Pronounce her last name correctly.
But she has her statement is that democracy may very well die if she sleeps.
Okay.
So
I have mixed feelings on this. None of them are in her favor.
well, there's not really any charitable way to frame this
starting with
statement.
we're a republic.
Correct.
Yeah.
The other being, does she think she's dreaming all of this, and that if she goes to sleep, she'll actually wake up into the real world?
That's a crazy methadone trip, man.
Or is this like
sleepless nights in Seattle, right?
Or has she not been sleeping for some time and has come to this understanding that would also track with her statements that she has made
believe her
time and
just
again.
being like on a chronic slow drip of mega dosed caffeine.
Absolutely.
Given the way she has like fits and goes a little bit batty, hopping up and down on her chair in Congress and then getting outside the doors and just kind of smoothly swinging her arms while she's talking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and related to what we were just talking about here, of all the things in oh man, they took down the clip. Well, either way, it's in the most recent one here with Tucker Carlson. He's interviewing with I can't remember who exactly here. I think it was just his most recent one, but that is that he's taken up for Erica Kirk and saying that Candace Owens is, long and short, being unreasonable here.
Well,
which,
okay, all right. Look,
yeah, fair.
Given
fair
the
enough.
direction he's been taking his content of recent, forgo on whichever bias you have and whichever way you choose to have your bias with him. Because, be fair, he is a biased actor, which is fine, because he does admit it. I think that's a positive directional change. Given his previous statements on the matter.
Now, to be fair, does Erica Kirk have some very weird connections? Yes. Does she look kind of like a psychopath? Now, not in the colloquial sense, but in the actual sense of like she doesn't process emotions right? Kind of.
I'll say this, like I said at the end, like at the onset before, like people process their grief in different ways, and I felt that she needed to be given the space to process her grief, and that she's being kind of short circuited on that.
That is possible. That's also a possibility. She could be a relatively normal human being that's overwhelmed.
Yeah,
I
that's
very
part of
much
it.
would hope for that to be the case because the other options are kind of dark and a little upsetting, no
Well,
matter how
like
you look at them.
look at how the death of her husband being celebrated and like not like celebrated as in like the people who wanted him dead. I mean like the people trying to celebrate his legacy, kind of for her, not with her. Like having that partly hijacked to preserve, air quotes, the movement. The his baby TPU, and then the place it has within conservative zeitgeist of the modern day, like that being
yeah.
kind of out of her hands is. I mean, she's still kind of steering some of it, but it's like steering a big ship in a small bay.
Yeah, and
Well,
there's some
The dots are still going
genuinely
to touch the hull.
dirty kind of folks and actors that are shoehorning their way in, and it's sad to see.
Right.
yeah. Well, I and I know I've mentioned this before, but like I knew I didn't know Charlie really well, but like I knew people who were at Turning Point kind of in the early days of the organization, like pre-Trump, and
Right.
um a lot of the criticism that Erica Kirk is facing regarding people that were surrounding her were is actually kind of has to do with some of the actors who were also around Charlie, kind of towards the end of his life too. It's just that a lot of people kind of didn't pay any mind because Charlie was still at the front of the organization, and so no one really paid much attention to it. A lot of the stuff that Candace talks about in regards to Erica and whatnot, I mean, it comes off as Candace basically comes off to me as she's jealous that this other, girl got, the guy that she wanted to, that she always fantasized about, and so it just seems like jealous, teenage girl stalker shit. And I've said this from day one, but it's like, where the fuck is Candace's husband? He needs to, he
He's
needs to
collecting
rein
money.
in. Well, he needs to rein his wife in,
Yeah,
unless he's a cock, which
he's
at this
paying
point
for her
is
nannies.
I mean, who
yeah.
knows? He
Well, I
might be
mean,
on board.
yeah. I mean, I just
He
if
isn't a
I
fucking American, so yeah.
Oh, and
well, I mean,
just to touch on the point of being on board real quickly, there's a lot of people talking a lot of shit about Thomas Massey. And yes, he is a grandstander. But
His
in
bill was
general,
retarded.
again, he is a grandstander and he
Well, I'm not saying it was a bad thing. I am just saying that his bill was retarded.
they can
It
be.
doesn't make him a bad person morally.
No, not at all. But
It
beyond that, like I
was
said,
it was a flip. It backfired.
I will lay into it again. A grandstander because he has done this multiple times. When he's in a position that he can take a stand and it won't affect anything.
It will be a grand one.
It will, and
It's heated up.
he'll be like the one Republican that says no, but he only does this shit when he knows it's not going to fuck things up, for what it's worth. And at the end of the day, he has been a solid yes vote for basically all these things that he's taken a grandstanding position on. So
No, I'm going to go ahead and point out a flaw of his rationale for why he voted no on the bill that everyone was upset about. The idea that, yeah, they could throw things at the floor without giving you a certain amount of time of notice does not mean you can't vote no against it at that point. You don't have to be upset about the fact that there might be a change in House rules. You can even put forward something that has the House rules changed back to what you want, or changed to something that's even better in another bill where everyone has to vote yes on it. Like, just don't be a pussy like that. So, anywho, my 2 cents.
yeah, well,
That
that's
was a
fine.
stated reason, and I thought that was a bullshit reason.
Well, either way, it's headed over to the Senate now, and Vance is on board, and they've got the 50 they need, so it's pretty much the SAVE Act is a done deal, which is
Good.
Very good.
Fantastic.
So,
I had some retard, I had some schizo retard arguing with me and some other random about the Save Act, and then just like so anyway, the segue that's hidden inside the vagaries of that is that something that never happened big time in Georgia, um, and I believe we touched on it previously, but just to be more specific on it, you know that those a ton of ballots that came in, the mail-in ballots that were certified that there was a big question about. Well, it turns out
the
that
300 some thousand.
Fulton County has admitted that 315,000 mail-in ballots were illegally certified.
That's
And
a large number.
Furthermore, that they have put in place since before the 2022 election, measures to prevent that from ever happening again. So not only did they admit that there is something that happened, but that they are proactively trying to prevent that from ever happening again. And that's, the FBI has legally convinced a magistrate judge and a grand jury that there's something going on here, which is why they showed up and took the evidence. That there was supposed to be over 700 ballot boxes, and they recovered 656 ballot boxes. So something fucky is going on.
There's a bit of a difference in those numbers, Craig.
Small difference, right? Yeah, these are big boxes of ballots, sealed boxes, mind you.
And how many ballots did you say, Craig? Just out of curiosity.
That'd be 315,000
so
ballots.
So not
more than 11,000 that there was a difference.
I just want to be clear. So not. Let me see. So also, not 9,000. More than 9,000. I know the 9,000 thing is a funny thing, but
we'll get to that in a second. Yeah.
Sorry, not 9,000. 12,000. Excuse me. So not 12,000. Yeah. More than 12,000. I mentioned the 12,000 because just to be entirely clear,
just to round it up, yes.
The point I was making with that is that Kamala and Joe they took Georgia in 2020 with 2,473,633 votes, and Donald Trump, Mike Pence got 2,461,854 votes. So I think now I'm not a math genius, but I think 12,000 is less than 300,000.
So let me go ahead and sweeten this for you, and by sweeten I mean significantly sour. There was of course a difference between the tallied votes on the machines, tabulated tape votes, and the hand counted votes, and that difference was on the order of 18,000. It was 17,000 and change.
That is also more than 12.
These votes only existed in the machines. There was no paper to back them up. There was no recorded vote separate to back them up. These were ghost in the machine ballots. Now, if you assume every one of those ballots went to Trump, that's still a problem. That is a major.
And also, speaking of ghosts and spooky ghosts too, we should mention that these non-internet capable machines did have modems and wireless and were connected to the internet, even though they couldn't be. So just to clarify.
Right, but now to again assume every one of those votes went to Trump. That is still a major problem. 1, 2, that is still combined way less than 315,000. And 3, down ballot measures are the significant suffering of this. Everyone cares about who's president at the national level. But all the other stuff, the stuff that hits you home, the stuff that's closer to home, all that is all down ballot. And those are all affected too. 315,000 votes. These are probably, like, a large part, are probably people who thought their vote was going to be counted appropriately. They signed it, they knew they did everything right, and they sent it off. These people were disenfranchised by whatever assholes fucked it up at the red tape end of it, let alone any of the scumfuckery they allowed to come in from the side that wasn't supposed to be there, presuming that was the case. Like, it's not just a procedural issue. This is a existential issue on a credible system of governance. And this is like, so, you go back to things like, okay, so why have the SAVE Act? Well, I posited this person who said that there was all this other stuff in going on, and that voter ID is not necessary. I said, okay, so you don't mind if I vote in your name at 5 different locations in 5 counties in 3 different states? And it's like, yeah, go ahead and do that, blah, blah, blah. You'll get caught, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, no, motherfucker, there's certainly not going to be cross-checking IDs because you don't want that. Like, and suppose it's not just me doing it. Suppose it's 12 other people that are doing this stuff. Like, which ballot counts? And that's for all your local shit, too, not just who's president. So, and of course, this devolved into a bunch of name-calling, of course, as you might suspect. Logic completely out the window with this dipshit. Like, it's simple because a lot of this stuff, the SAVE Act, the whole purpose of it is to kill a lot of these avenues for malfeasance way before you ever get to the ballot booth in the first place, let alone the door to the building on election day, or say during the couple weeks of early voting you're supposed to get. Like, the whole idea is that your registration needs to prove not only who you are, but that you're a citizen here.
Just a very quick note, as a by-the-by, Trump himself has made an announcement that one way or the other, the midterms will be ID checked.
Good. Well, here's the thing: is all the bullshit that Democrats are throwing against the wall to try and see something stick. They're seeing that they're clearly not getting this. This is one of the reasons why Hillelog just recently in an interview tried to flip things and get ahead of Republicans on getting illegals out of the country. They're going to try that, by the way, to kind of be all law and order again. Watch this happen in midterms. If not in the midterms, it'll be directly flipped for the next presidential election. They're going to be the ones who are all about getting all the illegals out, and Republicans are the evil ones, Marjorie Taylor Greene, hiring them under the table. Which it's a bipartisan problem. These
speaking of bipartisan problems too, we have to mention this, and that this is Steve Bannon. So
he's a problem.
Over the last week, we have learned that Mr. Bannon was not exactly the friendly actor we may have thought he was. Well,
he's a very friendly actor.
Yeah, I was about to correct myself. He was very friendly with a certain fella that owned a ranch and an island and a nice little mansion in Manhattan. So we've learned that Bannon and Epstein were. So
for any Bannonites out there, you might want to go ahead and take down your posters.
Yeah,
because this one will hit you at home.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'd like to just read from a text exchange between the two of them. Let me start with Epstein here, because that's where it begins. Schiff trying to, it's marked out, but it's presumed to be Epstein here. Nonetheless, Schiff trying to find knowledgeable financial people. It's intriguing, as I guess they can't use the best guys at, it has to be him because the spelling's terrible, but because they can't use he best guys at IRS or Treasury, the best. Steve Bannon, wow. Hell of a year. Next will be biblical. Yes, it's spelled that way. So it has to be him. His spelling's that fucking terrible. Anyway, biblical? We either own 2019 or it will surely own us. I'm back in the F&B biz only. F&B director.
What year was that you just said? What year?
That would be...
just curious again.
This text message exchange? It would be in the...
year that was mentioned there. What year do they have to own?
2019 was a mentioned year there.
2019.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting year, isn't it?
Well, some things happened. Some things definitely happened in that year.
What was going on? Like, what was the time this message was sent? What year?
That I don't have specifically. Unfortunately. But, do we have... Damn, it doesn't. Shit. Oh, no, I do have it. This was the 1st of January, 2019. So the very beginning of the year.
Okay.
The very beginning. Wow. So they started off the year this way. Well, anyway, let me finish reading this so that we can have the context. F&B director, no, it does not stand for fucking blow, replies redacted. Of course. Spoke to my Dems this weekend. Boy, are emotions running high. Then Steve Bannon replies, going to blow him up right out of the box. WH has zero plan to punch back. Fort Apache with no cavalry en route. Redacted.
What was going on in the White House at the time? What was going on in early 2019 again?
Well, there's some concerns, some issues.
Ah.
One or two.
Uh-huh.
Maybe a riot here, riot there, what have you. And no soldiers in the fort, replies Redacted. He is really borderline, not sure what he may do. Steve Bannon says, I think it's beyond borderline, -- 25 amendment. To which Redacted replies, sent an attachment of IMG_535931.mov, that is 6 megs, and a QuickTime video. And I don't know what it is. Probably not something utterly horrible, but who knows?
I would not chance that.
But anyway, you can go to the DOJ website.
If you thought the Hunter Biden laptop was bad, man, there's a multiple order of magnitude difference, I would say, between the depth of bad that you could get in trouble for viewing on the Hunter Biden laptop hard drive, and what you might find from the Epstein Island or Epstein Ranch or Epstein condo, house, whatever, New York area.
Yeah.
Like, I think that there's going to be multiple orders of magnitude of like the scale of how bad shit is. And keep in mind that Hunter Biden was doing blow off the backs of like 16-year-olds or younger. And there's that one image, a very unfortunate image of a definitely younger girl dressed up as a prostitute.
Yeah.
In his room.
There is that. It's
yeah. That's angering. That's what it is.
It's something. It is certainly something.
It's righteously pissed angering. And it's not just like, oh, how unfair is this that he's not being prosecuted the way he should be. It's like there are jails that were built to have bodies buried underneath them.
That's a true thing. That is a true thing. On a related note, I had mentioned, this is a good follow last week, is Flesh Simulator, cool account. And actually, I've learned that the guy was like kind of like a Matt Van Swole type once upon a time, like 2 years ago, just hardcore kind of normal, well, not hardcore, but like a normal lefty liberal dude.
Rank and file.
And then, he watched the world. So anyway, he's got a little pictorial thing that's attached to an image from the Epstein files, which shows a very particular set of T-bones that are in a very odd configuration of their marbling and meat.
Oh.
And so the images that he includes...
present.
Well, there was a really cool medical study that we talked about actually early in the show, where a convict provided up his body to be used after execution as a medical cadaver. And what they did with that body is they, sliced it every few millimeters so that you could get a good look of a human body when it's vivisected.
Right.
Well, anyway, those steaks bear
curious marbling.
They bear an uncanny resemblance, not to cow.
The fascia that I mentioned there being connective tissue, subcutaneous connective tissues. So a curious marbling, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah,
on the surface textures.
And it is unfortunately quite.
So I wanted to touch on this as a related rumor within the emails. mentioning beef jerky and so on. Well, jerky, I should say, not
Yeah.
beef jerky.
Yeah, not beef.
And references to certain
Oh.
behaviors. References to certain behaviors. Now, I will say this, because this is one of those things where people have looked at it and gone, okay, well, the cynicism is aside now because, this exists, therefore, no untoward stuff is likely. The fact is that there was a restaurant, or there was a food-related business called Cannibal. Now, the extent to which that business involves cannibalism, that's kind of up in the air on this one because it's kind of on it's kind of on the nose. Like
Max and I did a whole segment on this this past week. So
listen to their podcast.
Well,
it's on the nose and all, but like these people were not fucking subtle on this. That's what bothers me. Because when they talk about this,
even when Max mentioned it to me, because I honestly hadn't heard about it until he mentioned it, and I was kind of skeptical. It seemed a little too like
kind of on the nose.
Yeah.
It's a little overt for their flavor, but again, a lot of what they did was fairly. Now, a lot of this is retrospective. At the moment, it was the presumption. The presumption at the moment would have been, say up to 2009. The presumption at the moment, had any of this stuff come to light prior to being in trouble for being a pedophile, would have been like, well, that's weird, but like, is it like that weird? Because people do, for instance, when they say I'm going to walk the jerky over, that might mean I'm going to walk the package over in my arm. Sure. That's the typical standard thing you might expect.
That is what you would presume is meant by such a statement.
Exactly. Now, the fact that the places that they're talking about walking between happen to be an unknown distance in the emails, but presumptively within the same city, that could include getting into a taxi and taking it over. Like, if you're in New York, that makes sense. Then they start talking about flying jerky and about having enough jerky to satisfy his needs.
And like, about, weaning yourself off of jerky and back onto regular meat,
But you see, I hear people talk about the carnivore diet, and I'm like, okay, even that's, as sus as it is, as suspect as that sounds, I hear people talking about meat in very fucking weird ways because they're on the carnivore diet. It's like, that didn't exist at the time, but this guy's a fucking Fruit Loop. So maybe some of this is going on. But if you add it all up together, and then you add in some of the awkward phrasing other people said in emails.
Like spending $65,000 on Chicago hot dogs, for instance, just as an example off the top of my head.
Sure. But that one woman who mentioned his needs for jerky, and then the phrasing she had was so specific in a way that was off-putting.
Quite.
That
actually,
it made it very clear.
You are not talking about jerky, woman.
Right.
What are you talking about? Well, we don't.
She was clearly talking about something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care if it was like Bambi, like deer meat, or if it was actually little children. It was not jerky.
It was not.
It was not jerky.
Most certainly.
And again, like one weird person out of the mix would otherwise not make it like as suspect as maybe they're typing fast and they typed something fucking weird and sent it. But like just combined together, that one is in the same direction as all the other weirdness, and then the one step further, where it's like, okay, we've got a cluster and an outlier, we got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like, so when we talk about them, the whole cannibal thing being on the nose, it's like, I couldn't believe that of the options of things that was not standard jerky involved here, that it could have been human flesh, let alone possibly like children flesh. Like that might be a stretch. Like, but there's something fucky going on here. Maybe it's
not my kind of
episode of weirdness.
Not my kind of daycare.
Mm-mm. No.
Maybe it's a Seinfeld episode of weirdness. Like where what's his name toasts his jacket. It's just like, well, that's
What's
fucking
the
weird.
deal with these roasted babies? You know.
Right.
Uh,
Maybe it's something Seinfeld-esque where it doesn't involve cooking human flesh. But the problem is that more it points towards that direction than towards a Seinfeld-esque hilarity, and that's
Well,
a prop. Like now, thankfully, I think a lot of this shit kind of self-corrected after he got pinched and people started fleeing to the four corners of the earth. Some of this
that
is hopefully not happening ever again, and hopefully some of these people met some bad ends.
that does remind me though, since you brought up Seinfeld, have any of you seen the edit that someone made of the Jeffrey Epstein timeline according to the Big Lebowski?
have
Hmm.
not. I
There,
can
Yeah,
imagine
I'll
it's
have
either
to-
hilarious or incredibly off-putting.
no,
Yeah.
it's hilarious. There's an edit where someone basically synced the timeline of the Big Lebowski to different scenes um in the Big Lebowski, and it tracks super well. So
Okay.
um
Please do link it
but
for us then.
yeah, and also I feel like Kramer would be the one
Yeah.
warning people like they're eating babies on an island, Jerry.
Yeah. He would.
Mm, yeah.
I would see that like the March for Life thing. Where it's like you have to wear the pin. I don't want to wear the pin.
Yeah.
He'd be the one standing there in the middle of the march going, "They're eating children. They're eating babies," and they'd be like, "Well, why aren't you wearing the pin?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
You sound crazy. You sound crazy, Kramer.
well, somewhat related to that is, well, this one will take me just kind of a moment to walk through, but as it were here, fire walk with me for a moment on this one. So,
I need to walk with you, or like, cause you're a little bit of ways from me. Like, I don't think I can walk over to you.
well, no, I said fire walk with me.
Sorry, go
Fire
ahead.
walk with me.
Go ahead.
So, we have here everybody. After the arrest, was it the Trump arrest? Was that when the tip line? Yeah. It was after the first Trump arrest of Epstein that they set up the tip line for survivors. If everyone will remember that was supposed to go to the FBI or whatever,
Yeah.
so that they could further investigate. Obviously, something happened with that, or didn't. Who can say? But it was set up out of the SDNY. So, looking at that, well, let me just read some of these off here. So, we've got an email here from Redacted, also redacted at USANYS, dated Monday, July 8th, 2019 at 9:39 a.m. to
USA,
Redacted.
New York State.
Also redacted, New York State. Redacted. Also redacted, New York State. Redacted. Also redacted, New York State. Anyway, New York State. New York State. Redacted. Redacted. CC2. Redacted. New York State contractor. And then redacted, New York State. Subject: Epstein PR final review. Attached is the final PR for review. Please note that redacted, quote, includes the number to call, so we need to finalize that as soon as possible. Thanks, redacted. Public Affairs, U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, redacted. And then we go to another from redacted at UN. Well, anyway, every single person in this, other than maybe one or two, is New York State related.
I'm hearing a lot of redactions.
Quite a few, yes. By the by, those in all files thus far released have all now names, although probably not emails. All the names have been released for good or for ill, because it's all of them. So not everybody, like a bunch of people are in there that were like, "Hey, you need to release the files. Hey, you
You're
need to
talking
release
about
the
the
files."
letter.
But anyway, just so you know. Anyway,
Allow me to pull up my post for that so you can have it in the links. I have all 6 pages in order. Because everybody kept posting just the 4 images they could for one post. So I said, fuck it, here's all 6 in 6 posts.
Yeah, yeah. I'll make sure and throw that in
go.
so that everybody's got access to just read over all of them, which includes every single everybody for every single reason that there was. So just be aware of that.
And it's the last 3 pages that are the 3 pages with names.
Right. Well, anyway, we have a reply to that email from, of course, Redacted at New York State. Just spoke to him. He is planning to use 800-call-FBI number sent from my iPhone. Then a reply there. Again, amongst these same redacted individuals. Good with me. I believe we're using FBI line, but you should confirm that with Redacted. Then we have, again, a bunch of redacted people with Epstein PR final review. Any other edits, or are we good to finalize the release? From Redacted. And then, again, from a bunch of redacted people, again, at New York State, also in Redacted, quote, are you trying to say no matter where the incident took place? And in that we have FBI Assistant Director Redacted said, quote, we are asking anyone who may have been victimized by Jeffrey Epstein or anyone who may have information about his alleged criminal behavior, please call us. Number is 1-800-CALL-FBI. We want to hear from you regardless of your age you are now. Now.
Interesting.
Sure. Okay, great. They set up a tip line. There's the discussion of how it was going to happen. All of these emails were given to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. All of this data that was collected, all of those names, all those addresses, all those whistleblowers, like Virginia Gillifrey, who was in that incredibly unfortunate car accident that nearly killed her. And then she said she was not suicidal after she miraculously survived. And then, well, there you are.
Fascinating stuff.
And a lot of, shall we call them whistleblowers, shall we call them survivors, fell off the map in those intervening years. And that raises some incredibly uncomfortable questions. Some incredibly uncomfortable ones. And unfortunately, they track right along with all of this vast darkness that we have been talking about. And that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. Man, I wish I had like some great segue or
There's not really a great way to end there.
That is just the...
I'm going to go ahead and tack on one more post to the end of that list, the chain.
Please do.
The 7th post is going to be just a compilation of the names into one image. So just...
Right. But as I said, I don't have a segue so much, but I do have another topic that is very, very close to our hearts here at the Fake Untitled podcast. That's going to be Hill Dog. Well, she had something absolutely fascinating to say just the other day in regards to mass migration, no less. Her exact words, and I quote, "It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing." Bitch, did you just admit it? That you did all of this? That this was
all her life up.
On your watch?
She's not going to say anything like that. She's not going to say anything like that unless it's affecting her personally, because she's an insufferably self-centered cunt.
Or the polls. Because if the polling's bad enough...
It affects her personally.
Right, exactly, because the polls do affect her personally. The numbers? Oh, yeah, if the numbers are bad, there you go. That's enough.
There was a clip that resurfaced a couple weeks ago. I saw of Bill Clinton during one of his State of the Union addresses saying that, we need to deport illegals because they're taking, they're burdening the system basically for Americans who need it. And that was like in 1993 or something like that when he said that. And I'm like, damn.
And not only that, the deporter-in-chief has chimed in as well just in the past days. And I quote, "We are a nation of laws." And again, I quote, "We have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair." Oh my, how the day has turned. Did you ever expect to hear these things from these people?
Yeah. Nope. So everything Trump ran on in 2016 then basically. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And in addition, now let me see if I can find it here, because this is something, again, also near and dear to the heart of the folks here at the Fake Untitled podcast, and that is the H-1B issue. Now, there was early on in the H-1B discussion something of a tax, as it were, a fee, if you will, that would make it less comfortable for companies to just fuck around. A sizable fee that, when it got reduced down to $1,000, we were all like, man, how you going to do us like this? That was a good move.
And you know that was 100,000?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That's the one, the H-1B visa fee. Okay. Well, my friends.
Well, no, it's supposed to be annual and became a one-time thing?
Uh-huh.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I have some stunning news to share.
Stunning? All
Indeed,
right. Is
sir.
It
Prepare to be
stunning and brave, or is it stunning and beautiful?
Both. I think it's a brave move.
Okay.
And
lay it on us.
It will make America more beautiful, possibly even great again. Well, they went ahead and reinstated the 100K.
Oh, they should have made it a full million.
I mean, that would be nice, but still, it's back up to the 100,000. That actually went through on the 11th.
You gotta 10x that shit, double down on it.
Oh yeah,
what's the rule for
throw
trolling?
An extra zero on there just for good measure. But yeah,
agree and amplify always. That's the way you do it. You say, "Oh yeah, well fuck you harder. Here's my 10x."
Yeah, quintuple down.
I'm glad it's at least back up to 100K.
No,
that is the very bare minimum of what it should be, and it should be every year. Have they brought back the annual, or is it still just the one-time fee?
It doesn't say, and honestly, they probably just did it as a one-time deal because, let's be real,
I bet you it is.
Lets things slip.
Quick thing on that, in India, basically H-1B, because of the way that things are being handled right now, they're more or less stuck there through 2026. They aren't doing any more new applications as a practical matter until 2027. Because of the slowdown and visa issues. Basically, if you're on sabbatical, which is like 1 to 3 months maybe, and you're over in India as a person who is on H-1B, you're stuck there. If you're going to come here, you're kind of stuck there. And that includes anyone who is trying to do interviews, which involves in-person interviews, in which case you're stuck in India. Like there's certain freezes that are in place. Like they are if you ever go to the H-1B Reddit, it's basically all about India.
And the scams to get here in the States also.
Right. But if you go to our H-1B or you go to the R India and yada yada, like you'll find those little enclaves where it's just a cluster of them complaining about the USA and our policies.
Now, speaking of workplaces and complaints, we did bring on our special guest for a reason. So, zip it on.
Well, I want to get one more thing in before we get to that.
Yeah.
Which was that X potentially, unless this was the troll, which would be masterful and funny, X potentially has country level blocking coming. Because country level
that's legit,
pages were a
but
thing.
You have to be Premium Plus.
It was a thing that it was by necessity that it was segregated up until after Jack got kicked off as CEO. And then they had the scaling to finally mash everyone together always. But it'll be really funny to be able to flip that switch. Just gotta tell you.
You
Sorry,
will
anyway,
be able to.
yes,
That is
dip or
confirmed,
not.
but it is a premium plus, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I will have that for however long I feel like continuing to pay for this, basically for Grok.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, premium alone is
I'll
good
have
enough
to
for
tell you
Grok,
how
but yeah.
awesome it is.
But anyway, so tell us about the workplace drama. We were talking about this a while back, actually, and it'd be good to get you on to discuss it.
Hey, sorry, I had to mute myself. So I work in a food production facility. There's like assembly lines where the food product rolls down. Now, the workplace is like full of people from other countries, maybe 80 to 90%. That's not really what the weird thing was. The thing was, at one point, a worker who I didn't get to know, he cut their hand while opening up bags of food product to put it back on the assembly line.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And he cut open his hand, and like it was uncertain if blood got onto the assembly line where the food was.
That sounds like a good
Which,
reason
like,
to shut things down and clean everything up.
Got a direct contact service. So yeah, the people who were in charge of that was like the guy in charge of quality control seemed really worried about it, and he seemed like he was watching it on the camera, and he was really worried. He's like, "Oh, damn it! Did he touch the assembly line? Oh, he did." And then, suddenly he goes to talk to the other managers and his boss. When he comes back, everything is totally fine, actually, and yeah, no one needs to sanitize anything except for the floor. They just sanitized the floor and then continued with the thing, now, even though like his hand and the bag were directly above it after he cut his hand.
Has everyone here read Upton Sinclair's The Jungle? Just out of curiosity.
I have not.
I didn't.
I have not.
Well, I recommend it because this specifically is the level of fun stuff that you read inside that novel. Involving animal parts too.
Oh, does it have lots of fun entries like Camp of the Saints?
There's lots of fun entries like the amount of rodent that is acceptable within your packaged ham.
Oh, I've heard of this. Yes, burgers. Yeah, it's
regulations
or something.
It's one of the reasons why we had the revolution of the meatpacking industry in the United States is the widespread reading of this novel and the uproar it caused. It's why we have such. It's why that coupled with the mass production of ice as a service rather than just a single product, basically brought meatpacking into the modern era. So the factory setting for food production was heavily influenced as far as its cleanliness standards because of this novel. So kudos to Upton Sinclair for that. Even if it was slightly dramatized, it did serve a very positive purpose in our country. Yeah, so yes, this person may have bled everywhere. Sort of, kind of.
Yeah. Well, the real question is, did like a drop of blood get onto the assembly line where the food is after it gets cooked? Before it gets frozen, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the videos we've seen related to that. People walking around in meat processing plant with no shoes?
I have heard of this too.
Oh, yeah. There was a video of
like... get ringworm in the food processing plant.
Well, so Dip, I'm curious at least where you work, and I'm not asking for specifics. But if someone were to report that, like, how long would and they had to shut it down, how long would the floor get shut down? Like, would it be like, would you guys lose like a whole day because of it or something like that?
Probably
or
the whole day. It's probably the rest of the day.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So
it's probably the rest of the day.
Yeah.
What I would say is if you read the instructions on your food and it's like vegetables and it's telling you to cook it to 165, they know they have a problem. And that's why they're telling you to cook vegetables to 165. You better cook that.
That's a fair argument.
Yeah. Like, well, so every so often you get one of those fun little, oh no, there's E. coli in your broccoli announcements.
Yeah, like how did E. coli get into my broccoli?
Well, yeah, remember we mentioned something about a disease transmission route earlier in the episode tonight rather. Something about a specific route. Well, E. coli come from a specific animal by majority, and a specific region by majority of said animal. So, like, just yeah. Now, there's other animals that carry it, yada yada yada. But let's be fair. If we're worried about a strain of E. coli causing a problem, even though it's a fairly ubiquitous pathogen, fairly ubiquitous bacteria, somebody got the rumbly tummies that day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You'll definitely have that happen. In a that's actually not a bad segue into something that I just recently discovered that is just. It deals with rumbly tummies. It totally does. In this case, we've got some video out of Los Angeles where probably literal tons of prepackaged and fresh food is literally just thrown into the garbage that was meant to be headed out amongst the homeless. But no, they just threw it all in the garbage. So this apparently came out about a week ago.
This little segment with something angering. That makes me want to find that. I saw that earlier. You know, that was really fucking god awful.
Yeah, it's like whole dumpsters full of fresh food. And the worst of this is
it was, and the worst part, it's in the fucking packaging in the boxes it came in.
Mm-hmm.
Like the big boxes it came in.
But my thoughts on this are just that it's so exceedingly evil and lazy because they could resell that food. They could easily they could call up any number of cartel dudes, any number of their friends in fucking gangs, and get that shit moved in an hour. But they're so fucking lazy that they won't even do that. They're so fucking lazy, they won't call any of the hundreds of volunteer-only organizations that exist purely in LA, just in Los Angeles, that would be ecstatic to come and offer up their time and labor to carry all of it away. They would be pleased as fucking punch to take that food off of their hands and do all of the labor, all the prep, all of everything.
I would advise punching involved at a certain level there, yeah. It was so just I had to stop watching that video. I was fucking disgusted.
It's so much. It's like I might respect it a little bit more if they were at least trying to fucking peddle the shit on to somebody else, to fucking bodegas or something. But they're not even doing that. They're just give me the money and throw this shit away. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yep, it was aggravating. Like truly, like it's the waste of it is on a scale
millions
that is inhumane.
Millions of dollars, and this is just one or 2 days that they got. And this shit's been going on for years.
A while.
I mean, how many hundreds of millions did they... Actually, I think Gavin himself has been responsible for throwing a few $1 billion at this fucking bullshit.
Well, he's been responsible for throwing several billion, yeah. Because was it 25 billion the NGOs that then
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
wasted the money however they did it.
it's
That's the thing, though, isn't it? Like remember they have to get the NGOs have to spend that money somehow to justify paying out a salary. So how did they spend it? I think we just got our answer. Because remember, they spent $25 billion on the homeless issue, and they ended up with more homeless people. Why is that? Well, it seems that's the incentive structure. Well, how did that arrive? I think we just found out how it arrived.
funny that. And this just
I
repeats
think
all
that,
over
I
too.
think that more cynically, instead of spending the money creating more homeless, I think they spent none of the money helping the homeless, and the homeless population grew on its own. I think it's worse than the cynical response, cynical assumption that somehow they spent the money incentivizing homeless people. I think they just didn't bother dealing with the fact that the homeless people are doing drugs and that population grew naturally, and that the money was just wasted in this fashion instead, justifying and propping up businesses that have no business being in business.
Yep. Pretty much that exactly.
And again, I'm thinking like that's the height of my expectations for Californians at this point, which is unfortunate.
Sadly, that is that's all you got. You can kind of only the lower you set your expectations of California, the less disappointed you will be. Man, I wish I had something better to say about that than that.
I am so unhappy. I'm so unhappy that that's where things have gotten. That's how I feel about them. Like there are genuinely good people in California, but my feeling right now is they are far and few between, especially in certain areas.
Well,
it's
and
like
if they've got
100 to 1
money, they're on their way
ratio.
out too, because wealth tax.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Now, like some people are stuck there, and I feel so bad for them. Like it's one of those things. Like that is a state I refuse to work in, ever.
Well, it's just not safe there. I mean,
It's
monetarily,
not safe.
physically, it
The
just
pay
isn't.
the pay goes up, but the taxes are worse. Like the overall compensation goes down. No matter how nice it looks on paper to get started, it's everything they leave out that gets you there. It's a nickel and dime shakedown.
Or, depending on how much money you have, it might not even be nickels and dimes. It might be Benjamins at that point.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it's a
But yeah,
percentage level shakedown. And if you ever try to leave, they're trying to fix that. So that like the next 10 years you owe them taxes in some variety or another. It's like I would never allow myself to be stuck there.
yeah, it's
fucking
it's
horrible
just not a safe place. Just not a safe place. That's just the way it is. Uh, if you're stuck there, man,
Well,
it's worth a
I feel
try
like
to
into
vote your
this.
way out. But
I'm upset about it. I'm upset the same way I was upset with the election between Hillary and Trump, Hillary and Donald. Like, I was angry that that was the same way with Bush and Obama. All four of those elections, I was not particularly happy. Like the 2000 election, I was okay. Like it's like, is this really the best the Republicans could put up? And it's like, I guess whatever, he won. But then like the rest of it, it's like, well, you guys need to pick better candidates because we talk about this routinely. A functional country requires functional parties, especially in a bipartisan system. A two-party system means you need to have two functional parties to have a functional country. And we've barely had one between the two for the last 30 years.
they call it a uniparty for a reason.
Which is stupid. Which is so
Yeah,
stupid.
well,
Like,
yeah, well, the other problem is if one party could stop obsessing over, gender and like all this literally gay stuff that nobody cares about, like more people would be open to listening to what they have to say, but they threw the baby out with the bath water on this on this 90-10. It's not even 80-20, it's more like 90-10 issue.
You'll notice that
That-
the satanic panic has disappeared from the Republican Party for the most part. Like that was a
Yeah.
huge no-go for a lot of people trying to look at Republican issues for the longest time.
Well, sure, yeah, in the 90s, and like I remember being a kid and all the Republicans being like, "Oh my God, don't let your kids play Grand Theft Auto Vice City because
Right.
they'll do the next Columbine." And now it's like,
That was so funny. It's like that is sort of on its face ridiculous. That is pants on head retarded.
But don't worry, we'll
And
give
you
your
try
kid
and tell them this,
SSRIs, and that'll
so,
be perfectly
you're being
safe.
rude. But you see that the response from them was, "You're being rude, therefore I don't have to listen to you." It's like, shut the fuck up.
yeah, yeah, but now the schools are capitulating to all this, trans
Now
stuff,
it's
and they
use
wonder
the wrong
why.
pronouns.
And now they wonder why all the trannies are shooting schools. So
Yeah, I mean the Columbine
Point of note
kids.
on that, just as a by the by, every at least the last 5, I think the last 9 school shootings has been transgender.
yeah,
At least in the
by the
Americas.
way, not that it matters as much because is it really a country? But Canada had another shooting. Remember though, their argument, and I remember I said another. Their argument was that Canada does not have these issues because Canada has gun control. How'd they get the guns?
Yeah, how's that working out for you?
And also that Canada has better health care, so they're never going to have this issue with mental health. Why were they trannies then? Also, Canada says that trannies aren't the issue because trannies are just normal like you and me, and they don't have any mental health issues. They're just different. Okay, then why wasn't a tranny with a gun in Canada? Also, given the way Canada's healthcare is going, was this person just an unlicensed practitioner providing abortion services or maid?
Yeah,
The problem that they have right now is they have no moral standing to condemn this person. None.
That's true.
And that is a haunting condition to have on this continent. At a state level, to not be able to argue, hey, this person did something wrong because they do it anyway. That's terrible. The reason why this person is in the wrong up there is because they weren't licensed to do it.
Well, unfortunately, though, I'm not that surprised because the same people who are dead silent about this were the ones who were also cheering, and I mean literally cheering Charlie Kirk's assassination. Which need I remind everyone, that hasn't even been a full year yet.
Nope. Not even close.
Nope. No, every week's a decade.
It's the old adage of I'd hate to see I don't want to see what makes you small.
Yeah, we've seen what makes you cheer.
Yeah.
So your what is it? I've seen what makes you cheer. So your boos mean nothing. Yeah. And speaking of that, we should probably bring this up because I'm not seeing enough people talk about it, and it's horrible. I'm just right out. I'm talking about the France incident involving Antifa and the murder. So there's a young man by the name of Quentin who was beaten to death just a few days ago by Antifa in Lyon. I believe it was in Lyon. Anyway, it was in France, and this young guy, he was just providing security, and they beat him to death. That's it. That's the story.
That's what they do. So I'll say this: the Antifa that we're used to over here is typically not as militant as the Antifa over there in Europe. But that has been slowly changing over the
Oh, that
past
has been
decade and a
ramping
half.
up, most certainly.
It has been ramping up. Now, the people that they brought in from Europe over in PNW to kind of train them up and get that all in motion. I can't remember what the fuck their names were, but they were from a block in Europe where Antifa is very much like, I think they were from Amsterdam. But anyway, this man and wife couple that came over to train up PNW Antifa, it's like Rose City.
Yeah, we actually reported on that.
Yeah, we did. They are out of the country, thankfully, as far as of a couple of years ago when we last touched on this. But that is part of the impetus on them to become more militant was the influence directly of European Antifa. So it tracks very well that Euro Antifa is out there murdering people. Like, I think the last time we spoke about it was not that long after a black bloc in Germany surrounded a bus and fucked with them for a while.
It's funny you mention it.
Worse.
It's interesting that you mention Antifa because I'm getting ready to publish another thriller book, and in the last few years, Antifa's Antifa's been one of the main antagonists of my books. And initially when I started the book, I had like illegal arms dealers selling weapons to Antifa, and as it turns out, that's
what's their name? Sword Boros or what?
Pretty much, basically, Alfred Logan. If you like to read if you read my books, is pretty much kind of the George Soros. But yeah, it's amazing how much ex-cops have told me, Antifa's actually heavily militarized, especially in Europe. So, yeah.
Yeah. They basically, along with the brown shirts, ensured the rise of Hitler. Like, when people talk about Antifa and try to reverently suggest that they were part of the underground resistance that took down the Nazis, they're full of shit. Antifa handed the elections for chancellorship to Hitler on a plate. They could not have made it any easier for him to be elected. They were directly responsible for a lot of the violence the brown shirts brought down upon the population. Like, fuck them and everything they stand for. Those communists, pieces of shit, can all go fuck off.
Well, and if you remember just a few years ago when the October 7th happened and there were all those riots that were going on in college campuses, a lot of the rioters who were attacking Jews on American college campuses were Antifa. And I think it was the Harvard. Yeah, it was a Harvard dean finally got called out for basically allowing Antifa to run rampant.
Claudine Gay or whatever the fuck her name was. We talked about her.
Yeah,
sounds right.
Yeah, she got her comeuppance. That fucking idiot. Yeah, and the one that was really egregious, and thankfully they've started to finally arrest these assholes in earnest just recently, was Columbia up in New York. Columbia School. Yeah, that's the right one. Anyway, that campus has had a major problem, a major infestation, because these people come in from outside. It's not just students. They're outside agitators that rile them up, and it's so insane. But they're finally a lot of them are international students that come over here to spread their bullshit. They get a grad student. They get a grad student full ride with a professor who's going to rubber stamp their master's or their PhD, and they sit there and they ride out program, harvesting cash and time and students from other programs to join their causes on campuses. And that's how they grow things here. As these fucking Middle Eastern studies professors will bring in their own people, and they will use them to harvest student body physical capital. So people's time, energy, and their labor.
Yeah. Well, they're
The credit.
well, I mean, back in the 70s and 80s when the Soviets when the Soviets were sending spies in to live here, like the Soviet illegal program, that was one of the things that they did was they would have, agents posing as American college students and subverting,
Yep.
from the inside out. And well,
It's the
China's doing the same
exact
thing, and
plan.
yeah,
Hey, we've commented on this in the past, fairly recently, but it's a routine thing that comes up, and it's difficult to talk about especially because I'm not racist, you're not racist, but when you have somebody who comes in and does has a significant co-ethnic bias to their student uptake as a professor, when you bring in
yeah,
if you have if the point is they're being racist in their approach. It's not racist to call it out. It's pretty perverse. And
yeah.
part of it is a monetary incentive. You bring in students, they come in and do a master's, meaning they pay the university, they pay your group. You rubber stamp a bullshit paper, they get to leave with their master's, and sometimes they go home, sometimes they stay. If they're on the F1, they can convert to H1B. Like that happens. And the thing is, some of that is just primarily as a business, and we look at H1B and say, where's the main source of H1B from? And that's part of that business. But then you have these other groups of people that bring in students to become their part of their Red Army on campus.
Yeah, well, Andrew Breitbart talked about that like 20 years ago, and about how this whole
Just a quick
this
note,
whole
Andrew Breitbart had
phrase.
mentioned that he had some potential misgivings about one Steve Bannon as well.
Well,
Yeah,
Go
wasn't
figure.
wrong.
yep, yeah, and look, as much as I disagree with Ben Shapiro on some stuff, yeah, Ben was right that Steve absolutely, ran Breitbart's coming into the ground, which that is a shame that happened. But anyway, what I was saying was, yeah, Breitbart was one of the first people to talk how these Marxist college professors, they coined the term white privilege as a way to get anyone who, was criticizing them for their Marxist BS as a way to shut up, basically.
Undoubtedly. And man, I got a million different ways I could segue this. And
This has been a particularly busy week, hasn't it?
there is so much that has happened that we're legitimately not going to be able to. There just isn't a way to cover even half of all the shit that we probably should.
Well, I'll stick on for a little longer. I was just looking at the time and thinking I'm going to be here till fucking 2 a.m. But
Well, I won't keep you that late, but
maybe
we do want to get.
maybe we were correct about one being a good stopping point, at least for me.
Oh,
You guys
okay,
can
cool.
carry on. I have no doubt that you'll be able to carry on till 2.
There is more than enough to do. But back to where we started, back to Minnesota, and unfortunately, we've got a personal story, not personal to the show per se, but personal to just one person who was just living their life, an autistic girl. Let me see. Did they get her name here? Well, they don't have her name specifically in here. Oh, do they? Dang, they don't. Oh, her name is Sky. Okay. So this girl by the name of Sky was managing to kind of hold her life together, but with, state assistance because, she is autistic. She's not quite able to keep everything together, but, doing her best, and with the, the assistance that she was supposed to be getting from the state via Medicaid, she was able to remain independent in her home. Well, a man by the name of Mohammed Jama ran an NGO. Let me see if we have a name of that NGO by chance. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, as you can imagine why. But the company was basically a clearinghouse for quote, taking care of these people. So what they were doing, they were billing Medicaid on behalf of Sky in the amount of $421 per day.
Oh, I did see this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stating that they provided 12 hours of service every single day. And of course,
Yeah.
she herself said that, American Home Health Care. That's what it was. So, in her own words, most days was like 2 hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours. And then
Yeah.
the owner stopped
This one
paying
was
her rent.
pissed me off.
And this poor girl is homeless. She's on the street now. And bless her sweetheart, she is trying to make the best of it. But she doesn't deserve this. She did everything right. She was trying to be a productive person, live a functional life in the world of today. And this fucking foreign colonizer asshole invader stole that from her.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's not the only instance of
that's just
of
one that's
people
particularly personal
with people.
and has a face to it.
Yeah. Well, and see, like, this is, I know Steve's not here, but like this is kind of what I was getting at with him about a month or two ago, because I understand his whole thing with, benefits, including for people with, disabilities, but like this is an instance where someone, who gets gets benefits was using their resources properly and whatnot. And they were playing by the rules. And even so, some scammer basically hijacked it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah. So.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Fun times. Yeah.
Like you've got somebody that is doing the best they can, legitimately isn't fully capable of looking after themselves, and you're gonna take that one bit of certainty that they had and make them look entirely after themselves. Like what? I would say, what thoughtless behavior, what lack of caring, but we already know. I mean, we know that they not only have a lack of caring, they have an active distaste and hatred even for white people. So this shouldn't surprise anyone, as sad as that is.
And what's really a shame too is the amount of paperwork that like someone like me or my co-host Morpheus have to go through to qualify just for like regular disability stuff. The amount of bureaucratic paperwork and bureaucracy that we have to deal with is outrageous. And yet Minnesota was just, has just been giving all these Somalis free passes on whatever, basically. And I'm betting this poor young woman had to, deal with the same shit. So
certainly did. And it's not the best segue, but it's worth mentioning because when things are demonstrated to you, pay attention. Just pay attention. This segue, I could be going anywhere, but I'm actually crossing the pond over to our friends on the big island over there on the west of Europe. The poor folks in the People's Caliphate of Britain, and I will mention something of interesting note. Now, there's a lot of folks that are saying a lot of things about Keir Starmer, like he's an absolute piece of shit and he has ruined Britain, and they would be right. And yes, I
People
am
look
going
green
to.
in the gills these days.
Oh well, we're gonna rewind a little bit because Oh, there's more.
Uh,
And it's, well, it's not good, but it's juicy, and it's very bad. But we'll also get into Restore, which looks very promising indeed. But let's rewind a little bit. Let's rewind back to 2009. And now, what was Keir Starmer doing in 2009? Well, Keir Starmer, at that time, I believe he was either a magistrate or a barrister. I can't quite remember exactly. I know he was directly in the legal system, but what happened there is, well, a case came up. A case involving a man by the name of Jimmy. No one important. Jimmy Savile. You may or may not have heard of him. He has a reputation, shall we say.
yes, he does.
So Jimmy Savile was interviewed by police in Surrey and Sussex, and then they referred a number of cases up the chain to Keir Starmer. Those cases alleged that he had raped at least 3 learning disabled girls, all under the age of 16. Keir Starmer and the Child Protective Services, after receiving those files, made a choice. A choice not to prosecute and to drop the case. And, as I said, when people tell you who you are, you should listen. 21 meetings of the sentencing council. Jesus, I can't say these crazy Brit Bongistan words. But yeah, he had ample opportunity, and he chose, cough, wrong. Because, everything's a choice or whatever. So, with that said, there's also a bit of a rising tide in Britain. And that rising tide is the Restore Party. And Restore...
And so you're talking about what would otherwise be called, I assume, the Return Party,
Well,
with a particular spelling.
could be. Either way. So what's happened now is everybody's kind of gotten tired of being fucked around by Nigel Farage. Perhaps that he doesn't really seem to actually care. Funny enough. And, I'll admit, back in the early days of the show, we thought Nigel Farage was a pretty decent, okay guy. Well, when people show you who you are,
He seemed okay for a while.
Just believe people when they tell you who
There's
you are.
that fantastic meme that I'm still not going to let go of, though. You see, when I scale an image in GIMP to be several hundred terabytes, I need it to be of his face laughing. But beyond that, the guy is kind of dead to me.
Indeed. So the man of the hour, truly, is Rupert Lowe, at least as far as Great Britain is concerned. He is, he's laying it all out. He said, day one, you gotta go. Day one, remigration begins. And the Restore Britain is the name of the party. And it looks powerful. Already, they've got defectors. Mostly independent, as of right now. But there's quite a few that are already on the list and looking to join. Wow. Okay, now...
Oh, shit. Happy President's Day, everyone.
Oh, here we are.
By the way.
All right, yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll include a link to his launch
Keep it on.
video here that's hosted on X because, well, not a lot of other places would like that to be out there. But, yeah, so he's got that out. Let's see here. He said pretty much the day one that things are going to change, and everyone, you just have to go. That's just the way it is. And now, beyond that, there's more. There's quite a bit more, as a matter of fact. He's also stated, and let me see if I can find the link to that, that he would like to make self-defense a thing in Great Britain. Here we are. I'll read off his statement right away. A Restore Britain government
I saw that proposal. That's just a fucking great one.
It is. It's great stuff. A Restore Britain government would immediately legislate to ensure that if an intruder breaks into your home and threatens your family, what happens to them is their problem. A criminal attacks your children and a fight ensues, injury, or even death follows, you will not be prosecuted. The law will be on your side. We have a comprehensive policy document ready to be published. We will outline exactly how the law can be changed and exactly how we can enhance the rights of decent British citizens. It will be released very soon. We are very clear. An Englishman's home is his castle. Restore Britain would overhaul the law to reflect that. He's been releasing policy statements after policy statements, and they're just all fire. Every single one.
That's so fucking American. I love it.
This one. He put this out just about noon today, and this is great. This hits home, and I don't really need to say much more on the topic after reading his statements here because it's summarizes nicely. A fair few, including many on the so-called, quote, right of British politics, have been throwing around the usual insults about the fact that I said, quote, millions must go. Let me respond with 4 words. Get used to it. Restore Britain is not going to pussyfoot around. If you don't like it, unfollow me. I really don't care. The time for half measures on immigration is so far gone. It's over. It's done. That may have worked in 2010. It's 2026 and the barbarians are already in the gates. We will be unapologetic in our push for mass deportations. Nobody can accuse me of being inconsistent on that. The other parties had to be pathetically dragged kicking and screaming to some mild deportation position. If you want the real, authentic version,
to oppose part of this,
then join Restore Britain.
I'm sorry, it's just politics. So I immediately see where this is going to butt heads with American politicians. They're going to take charge of their country if they actually go that direction, but in such a way that they start kicking out people who were born there, of parents who were brought in as refugees under the system, like legitimate or not, and people on our end are going to start whining about it, and it's going to be fucking pathetic.
Well, and there are going to also be some people on our end that are going to say, but I
why
want
can't
that.
we do that?
Yeah, because you can just do things. You can just do things. You can. You really can. It's funny. People forget that. They do. They really, really do.
So speaking of just doing things, like that is something that needs to be pushed through pre-midterms on our end.
Mm-hmm.
Not the kicking him out thing, but like if 2 illegals show up and have a kid here, that person is not automatically a citizen. Because the 14th Amendment, it had very clear parameters to it. It had very clear jurisprudence to it. And then SCOTUS took off running with it for no reason. The dissent was clear. The publications at the time were clear. We were meant to have former slaves, full citizens. That was the purpose of the amendment. Former slaves are full citizens. They have every right to be here because they've always been here.
Mm-hmm.
It was not meant to have invaders from a foreign fucking country show up.
As a matter of fact, it was
they had on the way.
And we spoke on this directly.
And stay here.
The framer of that amendment was quite specific in that this is not meant to cover people that just come here. This is specifically for the freed slaves and maybe not even for the Indians. Let's be real. He was kind of on the fence about that one. So yeah.
Yeah, and by that he means natives.
Yeah, my
so
feather, not
because there's confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Not the H-1Bs,
not the foreigners.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like this has also been so the part of this has to do with birth tourism, not just illegals showing up, but people who legally come here on a visa two people who are foreigners show up for a visit, have a baby, get citizenship for the kid, and eventually get chain migration to enter the country. That is also a problem. This is largely a Russian issue, mind you. And it happens frequently enough that it's a major problem. This is also a Chinese issue. But like these two countries have been slowly building a foothold, foundational cohort, so multi-generational group of people who are influentially citizens in the United States. This has been a project over multiple decades.
Long
it's
march,
not stopping,
if you
and that's
like.
the problem. A slow march forward, yes. A terminal one, if we allow it. So they are. So the thing is, they have legitimate voting rights. They have legitimate right to presence and right to influence. They are, according to our law as it stands, settled and unsettled. They are fully supposed to be citizens here with every right, every voting right, every bit of standing, even if they've only spent a grand total of a week inside the country. By our laws, they are part of us. And we don't really have a mechanism right now to say no. And so it extends beyond the cynical assumption that it's a pair of Mexicans who hopped across the border, had a kid at a detention center, and tried to seek asylum. Like that is not the archetype that is actually the primary issue in that specific niche.
No, but to be fair, that is an issue. But
it is an issue. It is not the same magnitude of an issue.
But either way,
which is just it seems baffling, but by the numbers, they're just not the same.
And
so, and part of that's a cumulative effect because we've only had more of the anchor babies from the direct illegals showing up here, kind of in the last 10 years as a larger problem. But by the cumulative numbers, the birther tourism has been a larger issue. And some of them do overstays on their visas to take care of their kids here. Those are typically the ones that get caught up in the news, if they do get caught up in the news at all.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're famous, they get caught, et cetera, et cetera.
Big names. Now, and along the lines of you can just do things, we should probably talk about someone that's actually doing something specifically about this. And you don't necessarily have to deport everyone if you make the entirety of your society unwelcoming and uncomfortable to them. And in this case, we're going to be hopping over to speak about our greatest ally, Japan. And, well, they've got some new stuff that went through. Now, to be completely fair,
what kind of problem are they dealing with?
A lot of foreign folks that are over there that are making demands.
A little bit of extra kebab going on, huh?
Yeah. They've got some kebabs that they would rather have removed from the premises.
What's the solution to the cooked kebabs? What's the solution for cooked kebabs? Where should they be?
Well, as far as these things go, they've put forward a bill that I'm getting some disputing information on. So give me 1 second so I can see what's included in this restriction.
Well, what did the newest PM over there? What did she say about cooked kebabs? Where should they go?
Oh, well, I would have missed that specifically, so I can't tell you.
Should they remain in the country or should they go home?
Again, I've missed her specific comments, so I actually can't say what she said specifically. I was just commenting on it.
Oh well, I'll say I'll let you know that the cooked kebabs are being the Muslims who have died. Their custom in Japan is cremation, and so they have.
I saw a little blurb on that somewhere.
Cemeteries. They say no new cemeteries. Our custom is cremation. If they want to be buried, our policy is the bodies are sent home where they belong.
Okay. Yeah. No. I saw the story, but I actually hadn't clicked through to read it. So thank you for the breakdown.
Yeah, and so included in that is, of course, the complaints that they can't make new mosques very easily. In fact, there's been a total a total moratorium on that as of now, which I'm sure irks some Muslims. Also, there's the one imam who was complaining that they spent ridiculous sums of money trying to convert, and they only managed to convert one person in the last 5 years, and it was a foreigner.
Oh,
which is pretty fucking funny.
Well, okay. So I've got.
Of course, a random person visiting Japan is marveled by the Muslims there.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
I've got
Continue.
Yeah, I've got something here from Basil the Great that is just a clip from a recent law that was passed. It has a community note. Having looked over the community note and its source, let me just put on the rate it here as, was this note helpful? No, this note was not helpful. The sources are do not support the note. I'll put a check there. The information is incorrect. I'll put a check there. Misses key points. I'll put a check there. Let me see here. Argumentative or biased. I'll put a check there, and then I'll submit that because it's not a very good note. So the note, anyway, I can't get specifics on the exact law that was. These are just passed, like in the past 2 days, maybe just today. Mm-hmm. It is said that halal foods or halal food processing is to be banned. The calls to prayer, public calls to prayer, will be banned. Street prayers will be banned, and large mosques will be banned.
Yeah.
Now, the note here cites Reuters from 2023. So, thanks, idiots. So, there is probably something to this. I don't know quite the specifics because I don't know Japanese. Sorry. But they have passed some new laws. We'll see what the specifics are.
They banned new mosques. They basically banned new mosques. I don't know anything about getting rid of old ones.
Well, there's no mention of that, and large mosques, which would be new mosques, because that's kind of what they're trying to do is build large ones wherever they're, doing what they're doing.
They have Qatari dollars to do it. So where the Muslim Brotherhood is right now is largely in Qatar, so Qatar. That's why they spend so much money buying up our campuses in the United States. They get an army of new converts to their cause, whether or not they are Muslim or not. Largely, you're going to have a bunch of Marxists who are happy to march alongside Marxists because that's what they do.
Useful idiots are useful.
Fuckheads of a feather will flock together.
Yep.
That they will. On that note, too, we should probably cycle it back around to the topic of probably the year.
Of the flocking.
Let's be real here. Oh no, the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds are
fuckheads and flocking.
Mm-hmm. So the Rothschilds, if you've done any searches of the DOJ file list, you'll see that comes in at about 11,000, 12,000 different entries. And then, of course, we had just recently spoken of the list of names. And also, curiously, you will find no listings of Rothschilds in that list of names. That list of unredacted names.
All right.
Curiously.
Excuse me. Let me just go ahead.
I mean, we go from Ratcliffe John.
No, I will say this: they listed things weird. They list things weird. It's horizontal. It's not just vertical. You don't read down and then you read down the next column. It's horizontal across it.
Well, sure.
I made this mistake already myself. It's my invention.
Okay, well then, in that case, what we'll do is we'll start at Bill Richardson. Then we'll read on to Turge Rod Larson, Matthew Rogers, Andrew Rohrbach, Mitt Romney, Nicholas Roos, Jeffrey Rosen, Rod Rosenstein, Diana Ross. Yeah. I should not. Know. Alexander Ross Miller. Yeah. Mitt Romney. I went over that. Sorry. John Roth, Timothy Rausch, Karl Rove, Mark Rowan, Howard Rubenstein. Oh, so we left the ROs.
Howard Rubenstein.
And then
Marco Rubio.
yeah, and then Paul Ryan and a couple others, but we made it through the ROs.
Exactly.
Oh, and yeah, if on that same page also Gavin Newsom, just in case you're curious, right next to Benjamin Netanyahu.
True.
Good friends, I'm sure.
Right next to Barack Obama. In fact, just before Barack Obama and Michelle Obama.
Yeah, that's a
and AOC.
Oh, and actually that particular page, as a matter of fact, too, also features Hakeem Jeffries and ends with Eric Swalwell. It's a spicy page.
It ends with Swallows Well.
Now that said, again, there's lots of names on this list. Everyone, but that is funny. That is very
Swallows
funny.
Well is right below Streisand. That's pretty funny.
It is. And right next to Larry Summers. The whole thing, it is alphabetical and incredibly funny, the juxtapositions you find. Yes.
Purely by coincidence, but they exist.
Or is there such a thing as coincidence?
Yeah, I'm sure their kids were named. I'm sure that their parents named them knowing they'd show up together on an Epstein list one day.
Well, I mean, it's not like their kids were.
We could put Swallows Well here on the page, or we can name him, some other fucking last. We could name him Eric Reno. I'm sure that the Swallows Well clan picked their name centuries ago with the specific intent of having their dipshit offspring show up on this list next to Larry Summers.
Well, and to be fair, it's not like these people were working with Jeffrey Epstein to build designer babies at his Zorro Ranch. That was Ukraine.
That's something that you need to bring up.
That was
Zorro
Ukraine,
Ranch.
And
how many people have been begging for an investigation of the physical properties on native soil?
Kind of a few have been asking.
I'm hoping that there's going to be a little more traction on looking into this dirtbag's estate. Like, I think that at bare minimum, upon his death, given the notorious nature of his crimes, this motherfucker's property should have been null, void, and forfeit. The guy should have had all of his assets seized, every last penny of it, by the federal government. If not just for evidentiary purposes, then for liquidation and restitution to his victims.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad idea.
Yeah, it seems fair. I don't think it'd be enough, but it seems like it would be a dent in the pile. You know what I mean?
You'd think.
Probably pay for a little bit of fucking therapy.
Well, maybe.
I think they're not going to have
a little bit of a problem
life,
with that, though,
helped.
in that the current owner is not being very cooperative.
I'm sure they've got a lot of reasons to not be cooperative.
Well, and here's a very curious
I'm sure every
one.
one of them into the penny value.
Well, you say that, but you may not be aware that actually the current owner is in biosciences, and one of their ingredients can only be sourced from either aborted fetuses or babies. And he's being very circumspect about letting people onto the Zorro Ranch property.
Yeah.
And that raises some really...
I want you to go ahead and reiterate that for me.
Well, they use products that have to be sourced from babies. Uh-huh. And the Zorro Ranch was thought to be a site at which... What's that?
A heavy user of these products or what?
I haven't, no.
Or a heavy producer?
No, this is just the reporting. But, that said, the at Zorro Ranch, it is said that women were being forced to breed babies against their will. And that's
hold
in
on
some of the FBI files.
Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. I believe there's an entire fanfic about this exact scenario that has been played out in the media heavy-handedly over and over and over again with a particular bent and leaning in terms of their partisan usage. Are you trying to tell me that this guy was running his own Handmaid's Tale at a ranch?
Well,
This Ehud Barak slurping motherfucker, this piece of shit lefty,
well,
was running his own Handmaid's Tale at his ranch here in the United States. And they just so happen to be browbeating the entirety of the country with this shit every time abortion rates come up. And that instead of just breeding to produce a new generation, they were breeding specifically to produce a product out of their children.
that is kind of the
Is that
reporting.
what I'm gathering from this? Is that what I'm ever so subtly gathering out of this mess? Were they
Something like
wearing white bonnets and red cloaks?
Well, the only video that we have of that is from Isaac Cappy, and those girls were probably not really large enough to be having kids, so...
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That is a topic chiller, isn't it?
Boy, it really sucks
I
being
guess
right.
isn't the right word, is it?
It really sucks being right. Oh, by the way, just on the note of being right,
Girl, oh girl.
Barack was on the Brian Tyler Cohen show, and he was asked, of course,
Yeah.
are aliens real? Yeah, they're real, but I haven't seen them. They're not being kept in Area 51. Just just casually, hey, just so you know, just as a by the by.
You see, I like the phrase, the guy's whole marketing is no BS with BTC. It's just like I'm hearing some significant BS.
Well, if you want to talk about significant BS, we should probably also talk about people. If you haven't upgraded your hard drive, I got some bad
Yeah, I wanted
news.
to touch on that one briefly. This is, as I said earlier, the other shoe drops.
Yeah.
This is the herald of a hardware problem. And by the way, so Western Digital, so it's just one brand
So far
today.
So far, yes, one brand.
Today. So Western Digital is sold out well with many of their larger contracts into 2027.
Mm-hmm.
So not just through this year, which they're sold out through the end of this year, but several of their larger contracts go into 2027. I can only imagine that's halfway to 3/4 of the way in.
As
So
a matter of fact, I'll read the Western Digital CEO statement. I have it right here.
Please do.
It was from let's see here. I don't have the specific Eric that was making the question, but yeah, thanks, Eric. As we highlighted, we're pretty much sold out for calendar 2026. We have firm POs with our top 7 customers, and we've already established LTAs.
That's purchase orders.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're gonna love this. Oh, it gets better than you thought. And we've also established LTAs, long-term agreements, with 2 of them for calendar 2027, and 1 of them for calendar 2028. Obviously, these LTAs have a combination of volume buy of exabytes and price. So no, even on to 2028.
We are so fucked. We are so fucked. The scale of fucked that we are, off the charts.
Data centers.
Like, here's the thing: is people. And I was talking about this with I think it was Tet and another guy earlier today. Like, what people aren't gathering from this is like again the scale of fucked. So these large customers, like these large data centers that are coming online and so on, the whole secondary market is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are hoovering up. They are operating on solutions, so sold products that will extend the service life of prior hardware. So the whole entire secondary market, even at the consumer level, those typical. So remember, every time we talk about like Dell Auction or whatever, I mentioned there's the enterprise customers like corporate offices, C-suites that will use a laptop for like 2 years and then send it back to be refurbished and sold off by Dell.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great way for like college students to get by on air quotes new laptops that are like $300.
Sure.
That whole entire secondary market is going to evaporate because the hardware can be repurposed at scale to be used for data centers.
Yep.
All of the old data center tech that's sitting inside there that usually will be sent off to basically eBay, all of that stuff is going to be repurposed because it is cost effective to do that. Your cheaper data centers that'll be offering the lower tier models for you to be running, that's all going to be off of second gen hardware. It's not going to be latest gen. It's going to be one or two back. All that stuff used to go like to market. That's where you'd be able to go on eBay and buy yourself one of those big ass Dell rack servers and run a home lab out of it. Like that's all really cool stuff to do at home, but like that all was the secondary market. You can't, like, you used to be able to go to the secondary market to pick up the stuff to start off a small business. That's going to go away. The knock-on effects of this cannot be understated in an interconnected market like we have.
Nope. This is as I think about this, it's not dissimilar. This is not dissimilar to Cash for Clunkers, except
so see the same thing happen, by the way, with your motherboards, power supplies, your accessory cards. All of this stuff is going to get hammered by this. And I was talking with someone earlier. I said, I would expect a lot of the power user stuff is going to get reduced. Your consumer grades, you're going to end up with like an option or two left over. Their great point was that a lot of your pre-builts are going to be like one or two options, and it's all going to be like fixed, like soldered on. So like your motherboard might come with the only CPU and the only RAM it's ever going to have.
And on that note,
it might be effectively on that scale.
On that note, you can go to omengamingsubscription.hp.com and take a look at their wonderful line of rent-to-not-own laptops that you can use for gaming. And you'll always be up to date.
No.
You're just, all you got to do, you pay your monthly fee, and then when that one gets old, you just send it in, get your new one, you're good to go.
So I want to warn everyone right now, if they choose this route,
they will own nothing, and they will be happy.
Yeah, see, that's the last part that I have an issue with. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, but Craig, you can get an Intel Core 9 Ultra processor with an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080 and 32 gigs of RAM with a 1 terabyte SSD for only $129 per month.
They'll own nothing and be pissed miserable.
I wonder what happens if that gets stolen from you.
Oh, you just have to pay full retail and probably a markup, I'm sure. I wouldn't let that worry you, though. That's something for later you to worry about.
Yeah, that's
now you get to worry about
that's for Klarna you to worry about, not today.
Exactly. You see, today you has to worry about one thing, and that one thing is not being a satisfied customer who has eluded the FOMO. You have to be the guy who's on the front edge. You've got to be the one who's in the now. If you aren't beating them, if you're not first, then you're last. And you don't want to be last, do you? You need to go ahead and buy that new laptop today. But I don't mean buy it. I mean buy the rental agreement to which you are now indebted for the next 5 years, regardless of whether or not you turn it in the first year.
I have answers. Oh, and they're good, too. I went down to the frequently asked questions. Good stuff. What if I want to cancel my subscription after the trial period?
What subscription? You're indebted for life.
Oh, because no, you're not. No, it's not just a monthly.
Oh, nay.
Oh, no, it's not on the arm. No. But if it is within 0 to 30 days within your 30-day free trial period, well, by golly, it's a full refund, and there's no cancellation fee. Now, if on the other hand, it's 31 days to 365 days, well, certain cancellation fees will apply. Now, don't you worry. If you cancel the most expensive Omen Max 16-inch, the $129 a month, if you cancel that at day 364, it's only going to be $129. Now, if you cancel it at day 31, it'll be $1,429.89.
Uh-huh.
Now, maybe you're thinking that's a little much for me. I wouldn't want that to happen. Maybe I'll get the Invictus, the 15-inch. It's only $49.99 a month. Well, good news. You'll only pay $49.99 if you cancel that at day 364. But day 31, that's still going to be $549.89.
Oh boy!
But I've got a great bit of news for you. If something should happen, we have a non-return fee. We actually have numbers, and I'm genuinely a little bit surprised, but I have a feeling that they're probably going to throw the cancellation fee on top too. But the 15-inch is $11.99. The 16 is $17.99. Or 16 $17.99. The 17 is $19.99. And the big boy, the one I read you the stats off to, is $32.99. That's that's expensive, but that's surprisingly less crazy than I was expecting. Now that said, I have a feeling that they would hit you with the second month cancellation fee on top. I have a feeling non-return fees apply only if the product is not returned within 10 days of receiving.
So this sounds like it's remarkably close to their desktop offering.
Well, probably so. But that is...
Because, of course, they have the desktop offering.
Well, why would you not? How couldn't you?
Exactly.
You wouldn't... That's leaving money on the table, Craig.
Foolish of me.
Yeah. Of all people in the world, how could you leave money on the table, Craig? Nonsense. But you know who doesn't leave money on the table? Randy Fine. You may have heard of... you've heard of him.
I like Randy Fine. He does a good job. In fact, he said something very funny earlier today.
What was that, pray tell?
Well, this is on the heels of a certain dipshit up in New York talking about New York finally coming to Islam and getting ready to get rid of dogs.
Yeah, that was mentioned today. That's true.
Yeah, so what does Randy Fine say about that? Oh, man. So if I'll paraphrase it because I can't find the post right around here. Blah, blah, blah. I can't find it. Where the fuck did it go? I don't see it. Anyway, he basically said if it came down to a choice between dogs and Muslims, it'd be easy.
No, that's fair. Well, Randy's not a big fan of Islam anyway.
No, he is not.
He's more a fan of another area in the region. As a matter of fact, he's been caught numerous times on video when it comes to voting related to Israel to kind of walk around, meander about the voting area. Maybe look in on the places where people aren't available to vote and help them out by, voting for them.
Okay. Now, I've seen a couple of these clips, and they are always like a few seconds long, so I do have to wonder about the context of them. Not that a whole lot of context would make these better.
Well, to be fair, it looks exactly like the scene from the 1986 NFA, where you had a bunch of fucking dudes just running around pressing buttons and all the things to make sure that the NFA goes through, is what it looks like to me.
So what I have to wonder is whether or not he had explicit, like if it was one of those absentee kind of bullshit things where, like, if he had permission to do that, or if he was basically instructed to do that on their behalf.
Now, the thing is...
Or not. But he does kind of look around. I saw that where he just kind of look around before he touches the buttons. So that did kind of set the hackles up,
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, what the fuck are you doing?
Now, he has made statements...
After all the good this guy has been doing, all the good things he's been voting on, all the good things he's been saying, it irks me because this is one of those things
Well, it calls everything into question.
Yes, exactly. And the worst part of that is he going to start turning into the guy who smells like shit when it comes to important issues?
Yeah, and that's very uncomfortable.
I don't like that.
You don't want to be
I don't think anybody like that. Right.
Why not? It's cheesy, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know what else is uncomfortable? Trying to run modern games on hardware that isn't cutting edge. And by that note... By golly, by that note, we have an update out of Lego Batman. But...
Lego Batman!
As a matter of fact, yes, because, and I quote, as part of our ongoing testing for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight on PC, we have revised our recommended hardware specifications from 32 gigabytes of RAM down to 16 gigabytes of RAM. Please note.
Why would they do that?
It's almost like you have to optimize for about 3-year-old hardware at the max. But so it would appear the slimmest of slim silver linings. By golly, the fucking game studios are having to optimize their bullshit games.
Yeah, we might see some of the download sizes come down, which would be nice.
Yeah.
The years of 400 gigabyte Call of Duties might finally end.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's actually possible. We could see things run on hardware that's not, made 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I had to uninstall COD on my PS5 because basically it took up my whole console, and I don't play it enough to.
Plunge.
Yeah.
I see him in chat.
But
you're not Lego Batman. You're just regular Batman.
Yeah, Bats. We know. We know. Who's your Robin though? That's what we need. That's what we need to know.
So if he does have a Robin, if he can call him Betty, does that mean he gets to call him Al?
Who could say? Who can say? Only
Yeah.
Chevy Chase can answer that question.
What a legend.
Maybe Paul Newman, but that's probably pressing it.
I did see that there's
Lego Batman is a faggot.
Well, of course, Bats would say that.
Oh, you know who else is? Bill Gates, as a matter of fact. He's.
It was Robin Gething. He's a faggot too.
Yeah. Well, while we're on the topic of people with questionable sexual morals, Bill Gates has, said a lot of good things about how India's doing their CBDC kind of thing, their nationwide digital ID, and all that good stuff. He has said that it's foundational, which, to be fair, based on my understanding of his outlook, that sounds about right. Sounds like the foundation for 15-minute cities, smart cities.
Foundational, this dick.
Right. To the foundation of the World Economic Forum plans for a new world order, a better, kinder world order.
Another one?
Well, the last one.
The only one's not working out then.
Yeah, well.
You know
how it is.
Just wasn't quite kicking it right. We're gonna have to put like a little bit of that sodium silicate in there, seize that engine up. Bit of a clunker, you might say. It'd be very ironic, of course, if at the end of this, as a policy matter, it was wrested away from people at the WEF, and then they own nothing, but the rest of us are happy.
That would be funny.
Speaking
of questionable ownership, we should probably talk on this one just for a moment because it's worth mentioning. And that's Eileen Gu, or Gu, I'm not sure. Anyway, she's supposedly an American, we're told, that lives in America, but was competing for China in the Winter Olympics. Now, Craig, I don't know if you're super deep into the China lore, the CCP lore, but there are no dual citizens. There are none.
Well, the way it works is the way China sees it is that all people who are Chinese stay Chinese, regardless of whether or not they give up their citizenship. So they do have dual citizens.
Well, no. That's fine. That's fine. But
it's because they don't give up citizenship.
Well, you say that.
We require that they do. And it might happen on paper.
And as a matter of fact,
do not accept that.
And as a matter of fact, Red Bull who has been one of her longtime sponsors, had it listed on her website as of 2022 that she had in fact had rescinded,
Abdicated.
yeah, well, has she, whatever it is when you get rid of your passport.
Yeah, she surrendered her passport.
Thank you. Yes, she surrendered her passport and became naturalized as a Chinese citizen. And then,
so when it goes the other way, of course, yes, we do not have dual citizenships with China, and so if you surrender citizenship to the U.S. at our consulate, and then you accept citizenship in China,
mm-hmm.
you're a Chinese national,
yep,
and maybe you'll have.
You made your pick.
Maybe
you can come back and visit, get a visa.
I was going to say, you can still come back. You can even get permanent legal resident status as a Chinese national in the United States and live here as a Chinese citizen.
Oh, yeah.
That is all possible. So, yeah, I guess so. This person, this Chinese national, I guess, living in the United States, you mentioned.
Yep.
Has sponsorships with Red Bull.
So it would appear. Long time.
What else is interesting about her?
Well, not much more we can say other than that she apparently lives in the United States when she's not competing for China, which doesn't. It seems a little complicated to me.
It's complicated, but it all tracks based on what we just said.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds also like she might be, scouting for China to see what the competition's like.
That's possible.
Or
at the very least, she might just be like, well, China's not as nice as they say it really is.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're not expecting
I just want the million
fucking
whatever you want or whatever the fuck they're giving me so that I do this thing.
Yeah, so it's funny. So it's basically pronounced the same way as they do in Japan. It's like saying Mexican peso versus Colombian peso. They spell it a little bit different, but it's pronounced effectively the same. Chinese yen, Japanese yen. I mean, we in the United States, because we read it as the way it's written, it's Chinese yuan, but they say yen. Just by the way.
Oh, that's
Steve,
fine.
Do we have good news?
We do.
Oh, excellent.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Share. We did have our baby successfully, C-section was successful. It is brutal on what a woman goes through. And the dad's getting no respect, which is very unfortunate. First off, it's amazing. Like, they evolve so quickly. So he came into being on Monday, and he's already starting to attempt to turn over, which he's not supposed to do for about 4 months. But every day he picks up a new skill. Every day. And you're starting to see, like, personality develop. And so, like, today, when I wanted to go get him, I saw his eyes open, but he was cuddling with Robin. And then he decided that he would shut his eyes really, really quickly and pretend he was very deep asleep. Little shit.
So he's already picking up after Dad. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He is 100% knows exactly what he's doing.
So he is yours then, is what you're saying.
Well, I am assuming that they didn't make a mistake in the lab. I'm sure I'll do genetic testing just to make sure. But he's got my hairline. There's key tracers that we don't know 100% for sure because, like, a lot of stuff doesn't settle in until 2 or 3 months. So, like, eyes, I have, my mother was blue-eyed, my father was brown-eyed, and I believe that means that, and I'm brown-eyed, so that means that I have the dominant from my father and the recessive from my mother. Has to be that way, right?
Right.
And so my wife is blue-eyed, she's gray, technically, but it's blue, gray is a class, a side of blue. And so I have, there's a 50-50 on whether or not he's going to come out blue-eyed, and it's looking like he's blue-eyed. So he's got my hairline. He is looking like he might be blue-eyed. Looks like he's got some facial features from my mother's side of the family. And he's got my wife's father's face more than anything else. So it is reasonable to conclude that he's probably mine.
Well,
That the lab didn't make a mistake.
Is that a good thing that he has your father-in-law's face, or?
You know what? So I got a touch of the tism, and like recognizing facial structure is not something I'm great at, admittedly.
That's fair.
I care more about the intellectual traits than physical appearance. So ultimately, what the family is hoping for is that he inherits the tall genes from my mother's side, or from my wife's side, because she's got pretty tall genes. She's actually the same height as me. I'm average height male. She's average height male, so she's actually tall for a woman, significantly tall for a woman. And then on top of that, I actually have tall genes in my family lineage, but there's a question because I had the ADHD diagnosis and I was on Adderall for a while. That does shrink kiddos, right? You lose a couple inches.
In theory,
as a result of
older brother, same deal.
Yeah. So ultimately the question is, my father was like 6'4", and I am not. Now, it could be because I have the average of my mother's and my father's height genes, or it could be because of amphetamine exposure as a child due to being medicated. But so what everybody's really hoping for is he ends up with my hair, her eyes, and height from the family. So if he comes out 6'4", black curly hair with blue eyes, he's gonna fucking bang every chick, every fucking chick.
There you go.
Like I will be a granddaddy daddy to many mamas.
There's a supplement you can give kids that'll make them grow taller too. I can't remember exactly what it is.
Well, you're talking about like L-arginine, and yeah, sure, but that'll also give them big headaches. So instead of doing that, just like a good amount of beef, frankly.
Yeah. Beef is my
good steaks.
I'm a big fan of vitamin C, which is vitamin cow.
Yeah.
All other vitamin C's are inferior to vitamin cow.
Well, you add vitamin orange to vitamin cow in your diet, and you get pretty good results.
Yeah. But vitamin cow delivers most of those results.
Oh, lots
I
of
remember
good
there was
macros.
this chick. She was cute, but she's kind of crazy. You could see the cut lines on her wrists, and you're like, "Yep, can't fix that one." But I remember sitting down at
That's
lunch
vitamin
with her.
cut steel.
And she's sitting there and she's got her fucking salad. She's thin as a twig. I wish I had her metabolism / body shape / willpower. I do not. I enjoy my steak.
Once you drain out enough of your important proteins from your brain, I'm sure willpower becomes easier because you lack completely.
And I know that she was on the left side of things, and I can associate with left side of people, but like she sit there and talks about all of her medical conditions, and like 90, I remember turning around to her and be like, "Look, you need more vitamin C." She's like, "I get plenty of vitamin C. I had an orange this morning. I am regularly." I'm like, no, that's not vitamin C.
She didn't get it.
Vitamin C is vitamin cow.
It's vitamin M for vitamin
C and vitamin cow in your diet.
It's vitamin M or vitamin V for moo and vodka. Get that shit on your plate.
Yeah, like beef's good stuff, man. Beef's good stuff. But yes, everything was successful. Everything went well. That's actually the principal reason that I joined. I know I'm joining really late. I know everybody's probably about to head to bed.
I'm glad I stayed up to hear this because I was. Really
I did want to let you guys know that everything came out really well.
Well, that's awesome. And I'm so glad that you're not in Canada because I don't know if you heard they're looking to expand their medical care to babies now.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
To afterbirth babies, so real babies.
Yeah. So
as they would call them,
4th trimester and up.
You know what? I figure I'm going to try to raise my kid as close to Amish as possible.
Aim for Mennonite,
And
just to be reasonable.
I should
but you should be good.
end up with. I figure if he doesn't get digital entertainment, he'll be so far ahead of the curve genetically and intellectually that we should solidly have mass reproduction here, and eventually the world will become Steve. I'm like gray matter. I'm pretty awesome. Everything I touch turns into more Steve.
Don't completely skip on digital. Teach them how to do 3D printing. Teach them how to do CAD.
So like that's the thing, right? Like I care more. I don't care about like when he gets old enough to learn that kind of stuff. The thing that really irks me is that you look at digital entertainment and it's designed to hit that dopamine reflex. Like,
exactly.
And I know everybody here is going to be like, oh, Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel actually had good shit going before she decided to be hardcore political, which basically poisoned the well. That's a perfect example of poisoning the well.
All right.
But she actually, I watched her stuff, and her stuff is very good educationally for children. Then you look at my sister, because my sister had kids, right? My sister has shit like Blippi on, and Blippi is brain fucking rot. She had Paw Patrol on, and Paw Patrol is brain fucking rot, and it's amazing to see these things that are just.
I remember Rugrats being a problem back in the day. They used to say that shit was brain rot. It's like comparatively, nah.
Yeah, comparatively, it's not.
I would say
there was at least double entendre in Rugrats, right? Like. Right. You look at Paw Patrol.
Mr. Rogers, dude. Like Mr. Rogers was the shit. That's the one to go to.
Well, and that's the thing is you look at.
Well, to quote Mr. Rogers,
I understand. So Coco Melon is terrible.
Coco Melon will make your child schizophrenic.
That wouldn't surprise me.
But just
like
just
ignoring
a real quick
the gay shit.
Just a real quick
ignoring
quote.
Ignoring the gay
related.
shit. Coco Melon is terrible. Blippi is terrible. Right, like, and I felt bad for my sister because, like, she's not an intellectual in any way, shape, or form. You found that out real hard to turn around. She's like,
the full Rogers, thing. That's the way to do it. Like I was saying.
Yeah.
Boys are boys right from the beginning. Girls are girls right from the start.
Well, I think not only do we see that in the actual research. But what you end up finding out is, especially when you have a kid, is that the behaviors of who and what they are, and I'm very early into this process, so like things could radically change, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, we'll leave it
like there's certain aspects that you see. It's crazy when you have a kid and you're raising a kid because there's aspects of the kid that are inherently genetic. Like for instance, you're supposed to swaddle newborns. Right. This is a normal thing. You swallow him for like 2 months. He cannot stand a fucking swaddle. He's okay with a swaddle, and the swaddle does two things, right? One, because you put him in a onesie. One, it acts as basically a blanket, and that's very important. The second is it does two things for infants, and that is that we have a startle reflex. I can't remember exactly what it's called. I remember looking it up the other day. But all human beings start with a startle reflex, which is supposed to be triggered on basically a fall. And it's supposed to have you sprawl out and scream. And the problem with that is that it can also be triggered from, because that's inner ear stuff, it can also be triggered from high-level noise or just an intense sensation, right? Because any sort of thing should trigger this. And that's because we're monkeys in a tree. And it's very bad to fall as a monkey in a tree. Quick way to die. So we've evolved this natural thing, which eventually evolves into our adult startle reflex, which is when we jump when we hear a loud noise or something like that. And I'm lucky my kid does not have a startle reflex that wakes him up. Like he has a startle reflex, we see it, but a lot of kids have if they startle and their arms go up fully, they will wake up. And so you swaddle kids to suppress the reflex so that you can sleep through the fucking night. That's one aspect of it. Another aspect is they tend to scratch their face. But even from like the second that he got born, they ripped him, literally cut into my wife, which was just blood all over the operating room. And that was a horrible, horrible thing to witness. But I did. He comes out. He is fighting the swaddle from day one. He is actively kicking from day one. It's just like the same stuff that he was doing in the womb, he's doing outside the womb. And so when we sit there and talk about like boys and girls being boys and girls because we can study them outside the womb and it's an early age and that shows up in the research, the reality is it goes deeper, man. It goes all the way to the womb. So, we'll see how this all evolves, but it's amazing to see that there's not really like a transitory change in the infant from like pre-birth to birth. But it's wild. It's wild to see, man. Their kids are great, and they're not as bad as it. Like where I was born and raised, I was born and raised in Blue State. They scare the shit out of you about kids. They're not that bad. They're really not that bad. You got like early on in this, at least where I'm at, there's 4 things they care about. Their diaper being changed, them being cold, them being fed. That's about it. There's a 4th one in there, and I can't remember what it is because it's not really that important. What's that?
Said being warm.
No, I said cold, right? Like, and it's the negative response to like things that'll kill them. It's not being fed, being cold, and being wet, essentially, or having a wet diaper. Those things will do it. You get your pain response and some other stuff. Startle response, obviously, I talked about that earlier, so I guess that's the 4th thing, but I don't have to deal with that with my kid because his startle response doesn't wake him up. He's got my wife's sleeping skills. Thank God he didn't inherit mine. Thank fucking God. I was really terrified that he would be as sleep sensitive as I am, because that's fucking terrible way to go. But yeah, it's pretty wild. It's wild. Kids are really not as bad as my liberal school made them out to be. They're really really easy at this point. It's for us, because we dealt with so much pain and so much loss. It's
you're telling me that a bunch of people who are worried about there being too many people on the planet were freaking people were freaking out their kids.
Turns out they're slightly off.
How about that?
It's like they're really easy. At least he is. I'm sure there's other babies that are hard, but then I also sit there and think that other people are stupid. And so, like, what am I supposed to say? Are you a fucking moron, or was your baby actually difficult?
Oh yeah, I guess that's the way that is. And then we'll bring up terrible twos, and you go, oh yeah, I know it's gonna suck, and then it's probably not gonna suck as bad for you because you're gonna be able to like engage with the kid.
Well, see, that's the other thing too. I did this with all my animals. I did this with all my animals, my dog and my cats and all the rest of them. I fuck with them. I fuck with them from like the moment they wake up to the moment they go to sleep. Every aspect of their behavior is fundamentally is modulated by me during the day. Now, I have one cat who I do not have control over, and that is because she just cannot tolerate being cuddled. But I use that to my advantage, right? Like once you learn what their base psychology is, you can use that. And I've already started that on my kid. Now, that's also why he decided to pretend that he was sleeping earlier. Little shit. But
so the trick will be for you to recognize, and this is what everyone goes through, having a kid or not when they deal with a kid, is at a certain point they're going to way surpass like a base animal, at which point you go from treating them kind of like an animal but really a human to just treating them like a human.
Yeah.
But until then, they're partly a pet, which is fucking weird to say, but it is the truth.
I have a cat. I have 2 cats and a dog and a turtle.
That's why I say dog.
And he's definitely somewhere around the cat stage of existence, right?
I can believe that.
The dog stage of existence is very close to a toddler. And so once I get to the dog stage of existence, I know how to deal with that. I'm pretty sure I can deal with that. But like, I don't know. I am very worried because he's got my wife's and my genetics, and I've got a 163 IQ. She's got a 154 IQ. probability is the kid's going to be really smart. Otherwise, it's going to be really fucking tough to talk to him. But probability is going to be really fucking smart. And I'm trying to be as objective as possible, but I'm very concerned with some of the advancements that I've seen in the last week. He's only a week old in terms of like post-birth, and he was about a week early. Granted, that was not reflective in his head shape and size. That was like way early, like 3 weeks early compared to other stuff. So maybe that is developing early. But, you know, we saw it today. My wife sent me a video of it. His binky was out of reach on the left side. Wasn't intentional, just where it ended up in the, we have pack and play. For people who are listening, pack and play is a wonderful thing that you can set up in the bassinet. Is great for the first 6 months. It provides us at least a great sense of relief. We have that upstairs, but the pack and play downstairs is his sleeping area, and so somehow it ended up about 6 inches away, just out of reach of his grab ability. And we're a week out, and he was trying to get to his binky, and it was clear in the video that my wife sent me that he's reaching for the binky. Now, they don't have muscle control. It's like watching probably the Patriots play at the Super Bowl in terms of muscle control, right? It's just not great.
Yeah.
So he's reaching for the binky. He fails. He almost tried to flip himself over. Now, my wife, the video that I got, I was like, oh, that's a little bit scary, because he's showing intent and direction and recognition of objects. We have a handful of very early developmental toys in there, specifically to enable specific skills like grabbing and control and some spinning and stuff like that. The object manipulation stuff. But he saw what he wanted, and he was actively attempting to reposition his body. And she sent me that video, and she came out like she put him in the pack and play and walked off to do something real quick and came back, and he was like fully on his side. And you read the forums, they're like, oh, well, they don't really gain the ability till 4 months. And I'm like, I'm not saying that he gains the ability to turn, but if we actively put an object that he wants within reach, and he's recognizing the object that he wants within reach, and he's making actions to facilitate him getting to that object. His muscles aren't developed. He's been in a fucking suspended animation for 6 months, essentially. Like, he was blob of cells to suspended animation for 6 months. It's pretty. It's got to be wild.
Oh yeah,
but that kind of scares me.
Just a real quick thing for you, because you'll find this fascinating. I may or may not have mentioned this over the time, but my mom, she's a speech pathologist and was over the whole county, actually, at one point. And she had one of her old students came back to her just recently, and he had a child that was profoundly deaf, and actually has like part of the inner ear basically never formed. So the child's never going to hear, just period, short of bionics, which, by the by, that child might actually be able to hear, but still early on that. Anyway, the thought was, well, there's nothing we can do.
No cochlear implant?
No, it's beyond that, unfortunately.
Well, the cochlear area,
yeah, it's like the inner ear part, the thing just didn't develop properly. Like, there's
if the cochlear gyrus isn't there, then you don't have the nerves, you don't have the cavity that's the right shape, etc.
Yeah,
I know, but usually, like, it can bypass a lot of the external stuff. So if he's beyond that
sucks.
The
nerves out. You still need to have the nerves in the right place.
Yeah, just there isn't equipment there to make it work. So it's like he's short of this brand new, not cochlear implant. Like, it goes deeper. It's but it does what the cochlear implant accomplishes, but going deeper into the.
Is it a transcochlear insertion, or is it going to be like the Neuralink kind of thing?
No, it does go into the nerves in the area of the ear and not directly in the brain, but it's way deeper in than the ear canal. That said, he asked her if she would work with him, and the child is very young, not even. I think he's 18 months, maybe. But
Oh shit, that's way early. You got plenty of time to fix.
oh, exactly that. So she's been teaching that child sign language, and what I would recommend for you is to learn a little, and as he
Oh, that's
gains
already
muscle
on the
control.
plans.
Oh, perfect. Well, then I don't need to
That's
tell
already
you.
in the plans.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we have the principal where the book suggests that you have 10 signs picked out. We're not really sure on all of them, but we know we want milk,
nice. Well,
which
then,
I
you're
want because
right
it
on
looks like masturbation, and she wants because it looks like food, or it's supposed to be food. Until I sat there and started doing my variant of it, which is pretty great. So.
Well, then,
it's
well, that was going to
she's
be my
sitting there
advice, but
telling me that
you're already
I'm
on
wrong.
it. So
I'm like, no, you sit there, she's doing the thing, and it's like you squeeze the thing and squeeze the thing, put your hand in thumb in a certain position and pull down, and I'm like, yeah, so like side to side rapidly, like.
There you go.
And suddenly it dawned on her.
Oh my.
Well, I think my favorite Christmas gift to my wife of all time was when I got her a shake weight, and I gave it to her in front of my entire family. And my wife, my family's like, oh, well, that's because she likes to work out. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I gave her.
Man, look at you, just a health conscious guy. That was very thoughtful of you.
Did you get her the?
But yeah, we're so if you dig into the actual useful literature, not everybody reads a book, right? But babies will phoneme understanding and phoneme structure doesn't occur until pretty late. Now, that obviously developmentally you can be advanced and you can be developmentally retarded, but it's typically around 12 years. So you start getting phonemes. Your babies babble somewhere around 5 to 6 months, and then that turns into a handful of words at like a year. In my case, my mother tells the story as she was in the car, because my father was an aerospace engineer. That's important information for this. She was in the car, and I said, look, Mommy, there's a contrail. And she said, oh, interesting, what's that? And I said, it's a condensation trail. And and that did not go over well. She apparently nearly crashed the car because that happened at like 13 months, right? So fully formed sentence, fully formed concepts of abstract phenomena. I'm hoping I don't have to deal with that. I'm hoping we follow a normal.
Plan on it. But here's the thing. Here's the advice.
I hope not, man.
Bro, you're incorporating language early. You are absolutely going to have to deal with this.
So this will give you as advice that came from growing up with my family, and it worked for me and my brothers. Sitting there and reading with your kid, staring at the book on your chest in front of you every night with your finger below the words until your kid starts reading with you, and then the kid starts taking over. And
believe me, I was in the hospital with books.
Yeah,
I was in the hospital with books, and the problem that what you run into, especially with a newborn, is their period of wakefulness is entirely dependent upon how full they feel.
Exactly. They get the itis.
Unfortunately, it's really short.
Steve,
I'm just saying, like, as you go, all that hooked on phonics shit, totally unnecessary. If you read with your kids, they love reading because it's dad time. Yeah, it's mom and dad time, and it's play time at the same time. Just it takes over for them, and all you have to do is give them books, and you can skip the whole what if they watch too much TV phase, because if books is the fun part, they skip that entirely.
And that's what we're trying to do. Like we have throughout the house, downstairs. So I've got my living room, which is in decent enough shape. Like although I've got the pack and play, and I realize how small my house actually is when we put that sucker in the fucking living room. But I've got everything that's within baby's reach is a book. And I tried to start early with the books. The problem is that you realize that there's definitely like developmental concepts that they just don't have. You can't just dive into books in a hospital.
It's just to be
when
dad first time at first, and then as soon as they get to the point where they start paying attention to your hand going across the page, that's what it'll take off, and that'll be anywhere from 6 months to 18 months, somewhere inside that range.
Yeah.
They'll start following your finger and they'll start taking over.
One of the cool things that I've done, right? One of the cool things that I've done, and so they definitely they can't see much more than about 6 to 9 inches in front of their face to start. And initially, it's only black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I will offer that mirrors are fantastic for infants.
Yes.
They recognize something in the mirror more than other toys, more than other shapes, more than other objects. So that's something, at least my son has definitely. We have the changing table right in front of the mirror that was done intentionally so that he can look at the mirror and see a baby in the mirror. I was not expecting that to be a significant aspect of his development till later, but it was once we cleared off the shit and he could see after about day 2 or 3 at home, he was recognized. I don't want to say he recognized himself. I don't think he knows he exists as a separate entity, but he recognized something in the mirror. So that was a positive thing.
So
the second thing that I've done is with my house is a smart house, or mostly wired up as a smart house. So we have light. We can activate and turn on and off and change colors of the lights with voice commands through Alexa, and that's how we've set it up. And so I was sitting there today, and that was the thing that I did today. Like, he can't recognize concepts. I got him to point once or twice, but it's inconsistent. But he can pay attention to lights. So like when the fan's on, he pays attention to the impact that the fan has on the shading in the light in the room. We came to that conclusion pretty quickly. So he can see that. And so he sees those changes. So I turned around and took the lighting system that we have in the house, and I set it up so that I was just changing the light colors, and that was very engaging. He was very, very engaged in that. This is the thing: you got to think like a newborn, right? And you say, "Hey, does it matter?" Yes, it does, because I've sat there and said the color purple, and now the lights are purple. He can't see purple, but he can see that there's a gradient or a change in the intensity of the light around him. So right now he should only be able to see in black and white, and he should only be able to see about 6 to 9 inches in front of his face, which is about titty recognition range.
Yeah, fair.
And so that's where we should be. You can't tell, right? Like, there's no way to tell whether or not he's more or less advanced than that. But I did sit here for basically an hour changing the lights in the living room, so that he would observe those changes.
It is pumpkin hour.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Here, so I will talk to all of you later.
Absolutely.
Steve,
good night to you.
Congratulations again. Very happy to hear.
Thank you, my man.
Okay.
Thank you, my man. I am, dude, and you're still there, Greg, right?
I am here. Yes.
Okay. We got crazy fucking lucky. So for those who don't know, when they extracted him via surgery from my wife, we found out he had 2 true knots in his umbilical cord.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. That is, for those who don't know, a true knot occurs about 1 in 100 births, and 2 true knots occurs in less than 1 in 1,000 births. And luckily it hadn't tightened to the point of problem.
Friction. Yeah.
But a true knot, there are fake knots, which are basically like the vasculature on one side of the cord is greater than the vasculature on the other side. But most likely, if he had not been delivered via C-section, he would be damaged or dead.
Not made it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It is 1 in 1,000 cases that it actually happens already, man. And so that's, the postpartum is a real thing. And like my wife's still she's got all the hormones flushing through her system and changing and trying to revert themselves back to her normal nature. And she's definitely cried about it a couple times. And I said, you just got to look at it from the bright side that, like, we got really fucking lucky. We got really fucking lucky.
Yeah.
He's
Quicker
here
and
and
really,
around.
really shitty.
That combined should be enough to put a smile on her. Even if it's
It
a
doesn't
fake
put
one.
a smile on her because the downside is
I
like,
know,
oh my god, I don't know if I could have handled that, right? Like she's putting
right.
herself in
You
that
go through the
situation
emotions
of
anyway. Yeah.
yeah. So, but like, and I'll offer this reluctantly to my religious folks. The transfer before this. So prior to this, I've wished on stars. I've done all the other fucking right, like thinking none of it's gonna work. But I actually sat down in the transfer before this, and I got down on my fucking knees and I prayed. Because my
Amen.
prayer
There's
was
no
very
atheists in
specific.
foxholes. That's all there is
What's
to
that?
it. There's no atheists in a foxhole, and that's all there is to it.
That's really what it comes down to. And I prayed under the premise that I'm an asshole, and if there is a God, he shouldn't punish my wife for my lack of faith, right? Whatever the case
Right.
is, that's not.
I'm
not
the
fair.
asshole. Don't punish them. Punish me.
Don't punish her, right? Because I took her away from her faith, and I know that I did that, right? And that was on the previous transfer that didn't work. Like we'd already started the transfer. I didn't do the prayer. Then I did the prayer during that transfer. That transfer failed. The very next one succeeded. It's the first time I did it. First time I got down on my knees and fucking prayed, and I got a fucking baby out of it after the next transfer. So I have done my first thank you that you've allowed the pregnancy to succeed as long as it has. I still owe to the greater higher being that may or may not exist a sit-down session where I am humble about the fact that I'm thankful that he allowed the child to come into existence. And oh yeah, by the way, there's the double knot thing that he didn't sit there and quash right away. And I've told my wife
that latter part, that's the important part. And it's a Jewish interpretation for you, but it's the intentionality of it and placing yourself in a position, not necessarily desiring of a specific outcome.
Yeah,
so
I it is not.
You got it right. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I appreciate that. That's my view. Is that if he's going to punish anybody, he can punish me for eternity. He should not be punishing my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And the second part is that I said thank you very much. The pregnancy continued, and I prayed to that when I went on my fishing trip back in October. I went out to a sandbar under a full moon and looked out up on on Lake Ontario, which is an inland sea, and said my thanks for allowing that to happen. It was a very cathartic moment. And all of a sudden, like all of these other things that are contingencies that a vengeful, wrathful being could have, dealt with me on. And none of those came to pass. So I told my wife that she owes an on her knees thank you, and I have an on my knees thank you that I owe the Lord and Savior as that may be. I don't generally pray to Jesus, but probably won't start praying to Jesus. But if there is a higher power, it is rather interesting that when I finally sat there and humbled myself, I got what I wanted, which was very
It's about seeing the miracles in your everyday. That's part of it.
And when I was thankful about it, it didn't get any worse than it way could have. And so for those who are out there who are believers, I'm appreciative of the potential existence of a being that guides.
I love the caveats.
Fortune and fame.
That may or may not have passed, possibly within this certain time frame of the universe. That may or may not be based on this person's powers, should they exist.
Kreggles, I was raised by Jews. I know how to sit there and bound my statements and caveats as the lawyer should.
Well, I think it's funny that the intentionality aspect, moreover than the asking for specific things and expecting changes. Like I think that's funny that that's what rubbed off in the right way. And I think it's that part is about you, not about God. You know, placing
Which
yourself
part?
before a higher power. The part where the intentionality of prayer being upon you, framing your mindset in the right way, not about making God feel happy that you prayed to Him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like Jews don't expect things to change just because they prayed, but part of it is about your outlook and your behavior.
No, that's
You know,
Kabbalah.
so
But
seeing the little miracles that happen every day is part of that too.
No.
Well,
So-
you know, not that the birth of your child is a little miracle. I think that with two true knots, that's a pretty fucking big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the way I'm taking it. So
Yeah,
I think
And-
I haven't done it yet. I owe the higher power that may or may not exist a sit down, humble
How-
before God, and absolutely thankful for what I have received.
nothing wrong with that, I suppose.
That is owed.
all right.
Nothing wrong
And
with that at all.
I know it's owed, and I've told my wife that she owes it too. And I'm not entirely on the believer side of the spectrum, but
You don't
Not
have to,
yet.
very surprised.
again.
Very
it's not-
surprised.
It's not
There's a
about
lot of
God. It's about you in
coincidences.
that sense.
What's that?
So again, it's not about God. It's about you in that sense.
It should never be about like. I thought that asking is not nice, right? It needs to be
Well,
I'm an asshole.
intentionality on
Don't
your
punish my
aspect.
wife.
The intentionality on your side of things is what matters there. It's you know, the whole audacity of asking God for things really isn't the issue.
Yeah.
What can you affect in life? What can you not affect in life? How do you best fulfill God's plan and all that jazz?
Yep. Oh, we had a
Whatever that plan
the
may
chat
be,
that I
right?
had in that moment was a distinct. There was some philosophy that came out about the value of life and how it will not interfere with their choice of faith and will promote them towards faith in some way. That promise was given, as well as a please don't punish my wife for my own misdeeds.
You know, the faith side of things, especially for children, a lot of it comes down to the culture that you instill in them. And that
Well,
part is important.
And so
What
like
you've seen.
if I had not, so like I work at a lab, right? I work at a national lab, and so even the dumb people around me are smart, which is great.
Right. It's a nice feeling.
And so I have an individual I work with. He's you know, for those who believe in it, pray for him. He's going through a quadruple bypass or a quintuple bypass or whatever the fucking maximum bypass there is.
Whew.
Quad.
But we've had a lot of really good. He's a Baptist, right?
Mhm.
And he is a very firm believer and very firmly rooted in Scripture. But he also believes that Scripture has to be taught with logic and the balance associated with it. And I've come to a greater appreciation of the theocratic culture in Christianity and in Judaism as a result of my discussions with the man than I have ever really had, because the people who study the Bible, there's a lot of people who go to Bible study, and it's basically like some self-gratification exercise, which really pisses me off. Well, there's other people who study the Bible for the purposes of trying to understand the deeper philosophy that exists in historical cultures. And I think the Jews do this a little bit better than the Christians, in my experience, having dabbled in
Little
both
bit.
worlds.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, but you know, a little bit.
What's that?
A little better.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
The only reason why I would say it was better is because, and this goes off into such a fun tangent, the Talmud is a large fucking Jewish argument, which, as you know, goes on forever. So instead of just being told this is the scripture, this is what these people all argued about it, and these are the minds that studied this stuff like extensively, and so that's why their opinions matter.
Well,
And
that's my
that's
opinion.
essentially this guy, right? Like that's essentially his attitude towards
That's
it.
what I'm gathering. Yeah.
And it's opened my worldview to a much deeper or a much more appreciative understanding of the people who actually have a deep faith, because there's definitely like coming in from the Christian side more than the Jewish side of my upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
But coming in from the Christian side, there's a whole lot of people who ask God for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole lot of people who look at religion as essentially, oh god damn, I'm gonna forget who the guy is because I'm a little drunk. Begins with a P. But the bet. What's the bet?
Pascal's wager.
Pascal's wager. Yeah. So there's a whole lot of people who operate in that realm and that realm and the framework. And there's a whole lot of people who spend a lot of time just going to Christmas and Easter because that's what they feel they should, and that's what they are. And it's really infuriating, and I'm sure this is probably true in the Jewish culture as well, but it's really infuriating dealing with these people who have nothing more than a surface level understanding of the beliefs that they espouse.
Yeah, and part of it boils down to transactional nature, which really feels insufferable.
Yeah, and that's...
I'm praying for my presents for this year's Christmas, that kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right, and that's just... That really irritates.
Please, God, give me the raise next Tuesday. I would love to have the extra couple $100 a month.
Yeah. Give me the lottery win or the whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And that's... And that was my mother operates... My mother is a deeply devoted Christian who operates in that vein and in that context of religion. And that was what I saw growing up. And it really frustrates me.
Very common.
Because it's very immature. It's very immature and it's very selfish. And talking to this one guy who is a devoted... He's decided to align with the Baptists. He tried many different churches, but he decided to align with the Baptists, which I can mock him unmercifully for. But you realize that there are other people out there who take a different approach to Bible study. They're not just studying the Bible because they think it will lead to their eternal salvation. They're studying the Bible to attempt to decipher some aspect of the ineffable plan, right? And that's admirable. Right? That's an admirable thing.
It's an age-old question that we all try to aspire to answering at some point, or at least in part.
Right. It's metaphysical philosophy, and that is wild shit.
Yeah. Why are we here?
Metaphysical philosophy is wild fucking shit.
What is best for us as a whole? What is best for us just as a me?
Yeah, and it's not even like, and that's the thing, is it gets beyond the what is best for us in the now. What is like you said, what is it that I want for presents? Mm-hmm. It goes into the greater concept of like, what is the theoretical ideal for everything. Now, I know that the Jews and the Christians deviate a little bit in terms of concepts of afterlife.
Yeah, a little bit. Hell thing.
Yeah. Well, and then if you want to get into it, you got the hell thing and the purgatory thing, which depending on where you come in on each. Right? And purgatory is not really in any section anywhere, but some people think that it's got to exist.
Then you have the whole Zohar, which is just fucking batshit crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it is. I have dealt with people who are actual like scholars of religion. And it really changes your perspective on religion. And I really wish there were more folks who were in that vein rather than just...
What's interesting...
everything that's good is because of God, and everything that's bad is because of Satan, rather than everything can be good. Like, bad things can happen for good reasons, or
even
God may actually sit there and require suffering in order to... You talk about me and the kid. My arrogance about children is significantly reduced as a result of our failures. So you can turn around and say, hey, maybe we suffered with childlessness for a long period of time to make us truly appreciate the child we have.
Well, there's a book called Job. Kind of leans into that a little.
Yeah. That's a tough one to swallow as a parent, I imagine.
Yeah.
The idea that, well, you suffered so much, we're just going to give you all new kids and you'll be happy. It's like, fuck. Well, that's the end of the story, isn't it?
Well, but even then, like...
Well, some stories
in our
don't
case,
have a happy
right?
ending.
Like we suffered a lot. Like we in the process of going through this, we're trying to clean, which is astoundingly difficult. We're throwing out 60-gallon trash bags, 2 60-gallon trash bags a week of shit that we just don't use.
Right.
And I remember coming across pregnancy strips from probably the first couple months that we were trying. We had a couple chemicals in there, and they failed. And you say, okay, so should I throw these old pregnancy strips out, or do they have actual value? And the answer that I came to, and I talked to my wife about it, and we were kind of like, she's like, well, what do you think? And I said, well, I think we should keep them. And the reason, it sounds crazy, right? Why would you keep pregnancy strips of pregnancies that you didn't have from multiple years ago? And the answer is because they are memories of pain.
Yeah, I get it.
And my appreciation of the child that we have, and her appreciation of the child that we have, is radically different than if we hadn't gone through all of those months of pain. If we didn't have all of those failures, would we appreciate the child that we have more or less? And I think the answer is we would not appreciate him as much as we should.
Could be. It's certainly a reasonable thing to conclude.
Yep. And so is that if there was a divine plan, and if I was a believer in the divine, and the divine sits there and targets individuals for anything, would I believe that would it be better to reward me as an individual with everything that I ever wanted from birth to death? Or would it be better to make sure that the gifts that I am given are perceived as such and rewarded as such? Because I guarantee you, even if we were ever to get lucky and have another kid, or be able to invoke some of our frozen embryos in storage and have another kid through those, I guarantee either way, if we hadn't had the 4 years of failure and pain and watching her bleed out after a failed embryo, or watching a heartbeat that just disappeared the next week, all of those things, right? I guarantee you every child that we have is going to be treated as if it's a fucking miracle. If we turn around and when her pussy becomes back online and I can start fucking it again, if all of a sudden she started putting out a kid every single time we had sex, I guarantee you I'd be preserving that fucker. Doesn't matter how difficult it is or how whatever, like every single one of them would be sacred. Every single one of them.
Well, that's good to hear.
From now until eternity. And I wouldn't have had that view had we just been successful the first time we had sex. Trying to have a kid.
Yeah,
so sometimes pain is necessary.
So Steve.
Oh yeah.
Just to take a radical fun turn towards the more abstract and humorous. So has your stance on abortion changed?
Actually, my stance on abortion changed a while back.
Oh, okay.
So here's the difficulty with something like that is it takes a longer time to explain why my stance changed and what fundamentally changed about it, than to just say then the actual change that occurred. So I was literally at a stoplight. And I was thinking about this this was before she got pregnant. It had to be about last year, sometime around last year in March or January, and that's when it changed. and I was at a stoplight. I know exactly which stoplight I was at, and I was trying to like grasp this concept and tried to deal with it, and it radically changed. And I finally came with a logical understanding of abortion, and so as a result of working through that, I do not support abortion anymore. And there's multiple reasons, multiple layers. The short version is I believe that women have agency, and I believe that part of having agency is dealing with consequence and taking responsibility. And right.
So what you're saying is that the evolutionary advantage of Steve is no longer primary in that, which was the
what do you mean?
Part. That was previously one of the reasons. That was part of the rationale for being pro-abortion, was that means there's more opportunity for you to procreate. For your genes to succeed, rather.
No, my view on it has changed significantly because
again,
one, I sat down and I thought about it. And I said, look, if we sit there and state that women have agency, because it's always treated as a women's health bill thing, right?
Sure.
If we conclude that women have agency, then women are responsible for their decisions, and decisions are fundamentally a risk matrix, where I gain a potential benefit at a potential cost, right? None of those costs necessarily need to manifest. None of those benefits necessarily need to manifest. But I make a decision based on a matrix of potential benefits and potential costs.
Yeah.
And ultimately, if you believe an individual has agency, then agency is not just the benefits of being able to make choices, but it's also the responsibility associated with the outcomes of those choices.
Right.
And so when we talk about abortion, and you talk about you have to really get into the definition of abortion. And what's the definition? It really comes down to the termination of a
life.
Is abortion murder? Right. That's the question. And it comes down to what's the definition of murder? And the definition of murder is the termination of human life that does not pose an immediate threat to you or others, right? Or an imminent threat to you. I shouldn't say immediate, imminent threat to you or others. And if you sit there and you look at that definition and you say, okay, let's go with the popular 4 exemptions: rape, incest, health of the child, health of the mother. If it's health of the mother, it poses an imminent threat to you or to the mother. And so abortion is absolutely a legitimate option.
Yes.
In the event... Oh, hold on.
Okay.
I need to bring a bottle upstairs.
No worries. That's reasonable.
Yeah.
My wife thought I was going to bring up a bottle. I wasn't planning on bringing up a bottle, but apparently he needs a bottle.
That he needs a bottle.
But yes, so give me like 30 seconds. I'll be back. Maybe.
Yeah. No worries. Actually, while you're doing that, I can, since we're going to probably want to call it after we finish this discussion.
I hate that I predict so much of this here all night. I'm genuinely glad I stayed up for this.
I told you, 2:00.
Same here.
Well, anyway, since we have got the opportunity, let's just share a little bit of good news. That is, of course, that the FAA has ordered all U.S. airlines to prove pilot hiring is based on skill and merit or face FAA investigations.
I think they should just investigate anyway.
The whole time. Yes.
There should just be prioritization on the list of investigations at this point.
Yeah. And, of course, also, we have the other one, that one being that the Small Business Association will no longer be issuing loans to non-Americans.
Ding!
Again.
Now, I will say this about that. There are some non-Americans who genuinely produce very high value for the American economy and for American citizens, including jobs and products, who received loans from the SBA as they were beginning their careers in the United States. Those are rare exceptions, and we need to find a way to weed those people out so we can promote them and give them what they need. The rest of them, no need.
Pretty much.
It's a pain in the ass to figure out who's going to be the right one, though. That's part of the issue. Somehow we'll figure it out. In the meantime, American first and only is kind of a decent way to go about that, and figure out the rest of that in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it's not so much let the chips fall where they may. Just keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
Oh, and keeping an eye on things, we have as always happens, America the Blessed, the true Israel. There was a lithium deposit that's been discovered worth. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Billion.
That was cool.
Okay.
Now it's basically under a magma.
Yeah.
Like under a volcano. So that, in my opinion, is a perfect excuse to radically improve our geothermal energy.
Absolutely. Yeah. $1.5 trillion under a Nevada supervolcano. And
right.
in addition,
my thought there.
In addition to that, too, where you're making a good point on that is, this is geoengineering knowledge that we require. We need to know how to deal with a supervolcano because we have one that is acting a little bit weird. And it would be very nice to know how we can safely handle them.
So the thought there is, if we genuinely advance, and I think radically do so, we advance our ability to deal with geothermal tech. That means we could not only mine the lithium, potentially, we could also power the entire endeavor off of the volcano it's under.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be cool if we basically just got free lithium? That'd be pretty. I mean, nothing. There's nothing for free, but if it's gonna be coming out that way anyway, and we can regulate it and we can use that for doing real work, that's effectively free. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, hey, if it's paying for itself, then
exactly,
it's a good way of handling things. I mean,
that would drastically reduce the cost of lithium, and I would just completely remove the geopolitical concerns.
Well, not only that, too, if you have that much power available, you can do dumb things instead of using chemicals in a lot of places. You can just waste power instead of breaking things apart with forever chemicals, for instance.
Sure. No, I think it's one of those situations like where we lament the inefficiency of solar and the fact that it's always going to be that way due to the physics. And the solution is just, build more solar panels. In this case, the solution is drop more pilot lines and pull out more heat. I mean, the funny thing is, we can actually exhaust the heat past our atmosphere and dump it directly into the sun if we want to. We can basically just laser it out, like the waste heat. So when you want to use heat to do something, the hot stuff has to spread out into less hot stuff and increase entropy and distribute the heat. So we need somewhere to sink the heat in order to use the heat. We can't just have something that's hot and go, yay, energy. We have to actually put the energy from the hot stuff into somewhere else. And that somewhere else does not need to be our atmosphere. It could be somewhere else where it's going to do useful work, like just being hot and diffusing out into something else to melt it. Say if we had hot metal we wanted to melt, cold metal we wanted to melt, we could use that as a way to dump heat. Or we could use it to fire off, say, a laser and point it at the sun and then just dump heat that way. Obviously this would not be very useful in our atmosphere because, attenuation, but you get the idea. We can exhaust heat in ways that are not going to just, say, piss off all the hippies and increase the temperature of the atmosphere. Because if you think it at its scale, that's when it becomes a potential issue, right? A supervolcano going off would fuck the atmosphere for many different reasons. One of them would be heat. We don't want to just slowly diffuse the heat out and still raise the temperature and fuck things up for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not keen on a nuclear winter,
Exactly. So we don't want to have that kind of thing. We especially don't want to set off the volcano. That'd be bad.
Yeah.
But we can exhaust things in ways that are not going to immediately significantly alter the environmental conditions. All right, so we lost Sam. Good night, Sam.
Well, yeah, it is. It's growing late, understandable. And again, we are trying to close the good news, and we do have a little bit more.
Right. Yes.
That's going to be
I'll save the lecture, man.
another closed loophole that you kind of ask yourself, how was this there in the first place? So we've got the administration has closed a loophole in this case that has been allowing illegals and unqualified drivers to get CDLs. Because, there have been a couple of crashes lately that have killed a bunch of Americans. And
what was this loophole? Because it didn't seem to me that there was even a federal loophole. It felt more like they were just doing shit that was legal.
Let me see if this has got any specifics on the article.
Because that's what I gathered, was that California was just breaking the fucking law, and that's why they had that, 50 or 60,000 illegal CDLs that were handed out.
I don't have the direct article, unfortunately.
Okay.
So, just the headline.
Well, be that as it may.
I mean, trustworthy source, but unfortunately, I don't have the specifics. So, I don't know if this is good news or bad news or what, but I mean, it comes out of China, so nothing specifically good that does. But you've got they've got their ocean fleets that they go from place to place and basically ruin everything in the ocean.
Yeah, there's the fleet that was hanging out off the coast of Argentina or Chile.
Mm-hmm.
One of those. Was it
Well,
Chile?
I think Chile, but in that we've got two pieces of good news. I believe one of the South American countries sunk one, and Japan seized one.
I think that was Chile.
Yeah,
I think that must have been Chile.
But we have one that was
They were
sunk,
not happy.
and then one that was seized by Japan. And so countries are getting tired of their bullshit. But, China has figured out a good way, actually, to make use of these now dead zones that are basically worthless. They're going to be building solar farms over their bodies of water because there can be no issues with that at all.
So what is the primary way of generating the silicon that is used to make solar cells? What is the primary ingredient necessary besides silicon dioxide to make silicon from silicon dioxide? How do they do it?
Well, there's a couple of ways.
But there's one big way they do it, and you know this way. I'm pretty sure.
Is that
you've heard it
cyanide?
from Steve and I enough. Nope. No. It's a basic technology. We would do it plenty here, but we have too many hippies, and we signed some protocols in Paris. Coal, carbon. You get rid of the oxygen from silicon dioxide by stripping it off with carbon. Ultimately, that's what it'll boil down to, is some way of ripping that oxygen off of the silicon and exhausting it out as carbon dioxide. And you can package up the CO2, or you can just let it go. China, I'm sure you've already figured out, just lets it go.
Yeah,
and that's why solar cells from there are so damn cheap, because they don't have to invest in alternative processes that are more expensive, like we have to. So they just make the cheap solar cells, the cheap silicon. You don't have to make it great silicon like you do for CPUs. The fact that you have a large die and you rely on the whole surface of it for it to work means you can have, relatively speaking, impure. So instead of 15 nines, you can have 8 nines of purity. And that leap is pretty significant. That's why we use quartz from a specific mine in North Carolina, which, by the way, one of the big reasons why that hurricane coming through was big bad news. Was because they allowed that shit.
We did talk about that because it did flood that mine.
We did talk about it. So yeah, they use the cheat method, and they want to cover up where they used to have fish and wildlife with solar cells,
presumably,
which are going to cause.
I mean, realistically, problems. They probably haven't even thought that far ahead, and they're just going to put it wherever, and it's going to destroy everything there. Also,
yeah. So we already talked about this issue when it comes to the resonance that goes through the pipes holding up wind farms. That it drives the whales nuts and also causes them to lose a sense of direction. and then they don't breed. They lose whales to the next generation, from the next generation rather, and the population suffers as a consequence. And this includes endangered species like, say, humpback. The one everyone's going to be waving their arms about, as well as plenty of others. So there's that. There's the fact that they kill the birds. So the solar cell is not going to be killing as many birds, thank God. But of course, they're going to be out there in that harsh environment. They're going to resonate with the waves. It's not just about the wind. It is also about the wave patterns underneath them. So there's going to be some issues there. Probably not going to be as significant because they're probably going to want to damp that a bit. It'll be closer to the ocean layer. Won't have as much of that difference between air and water as far as density goes to bend things in a certain way. But yeah, they want to do that, and there's not a whole lot we can do about that away from their waters. Or sorry, within their waters. We can certainly tell them not to do that outside their waters. Is what it is.
We can, and if we can do as Japan or Chile does if they do that outside of their waters.
Yeah, just break them. So like I said, the primary way you produce silicon for solar cells is to chuck a bunch of carbon in with all the silicon dioxide that you've semi-purified and cook the shit out of it and let all the CO2 let out into the atmosphere. And then you get a bunch of molten silicon from which you can pull a boule, or you can just go ahead and spread it out as polycrystalline. So monocrystalline being the ones you make from the seed crystal like you do a CPU kind of silicon.
Sure.
And then the polycrystalline is when you just kind of spread it out in a thin layer and let it cool off. Either one works. Monocrystalline is more efficient, but marginally so as far as the overall efficiency you're worried about. It can be significant, but still, like if you're trying to go for cheap, you just go polycrystalline because you don't need nearly the hardware. Like you don't have to worry about small modules with polycrystal. With polycrystalline, you just go for the big sheets. Yeah, they just dump CO2 into the atmosphere. And while I'm not going to be the hippie saying CO2 causes climate change, the other ingredients in the effluent gas and the fact that they're going to be powering the whole entire process, probably with the coal that they're using to strip the oxygen in the first place, not a great thing because a lot of other shit comes out with the flue gas. Coal has a lot of heavy metals in it, so your leads, your mercuries, etc., cadmium, cobalt.
Mm-hmm.
These are not great things to spread around an area near a power plant. This is the kind of stuff that causes mass suffering.
Yeah, I was talking about forever chemicals just a moment ago. So,
and we talk about doing flue gas scrubbing in the U.S. That was a major introductory problem that was given to classes when I was going through undergrad. My first year was when they were still kind of implementing that from Bush's years, and it's not like doesn't have its place. It's a good thing. You scrub the gas that comes out. You spend a tiny amount of energy on that. You clean out all the heavy metals and shit, and then you let the CO2 and a little bit of the SO2 out into the atmosphere. And that huge environmental impact, huge quality of life impact. So it helps people, which is one of the bigger concerns there. So the flue gas is no longer going to be causing lead poisoning around the power plant. Big improvement. In China, they don't give a shit. They're just going to let the stuff go straight from the coal fire pit out into the atmosphere. The only reason they have a smokestack is to give the air draw that pulls in fresh air to the pit and actually keeps the fire burning. Like that's the primary reason of that smoke pipe is to take that big enough height difference that the density difference in the hot air versus the cold air drives cold air into the fire and brings in fresh oxygen. That way you don't cycle oxygen-deprived air back into the fire.
Oh yeah,
that's the whole
it's all about efficiency and not climate efficiency.
Exactly. So if you want to do scrubbing, you've got to do a whole lot more stuff, and the whole plant looks a little bit different. They're not going to do that. They're just going to go big pipe on top of a small fire, makes fire go boom. Makes fire. It's that easy.
Bugman make fire. Fire make energy.
Yes. So it's great that Japan and Argentina and Chile are doing something about bad fishing.
Well,
I hope they do more.
But we should probably, I didn't say
I-
three,
I was-
dude.
I was bringing it back to-
I
I was
didn't
bringing
say
it back to the
three.
good news.
I only said two. So, that said, I've got just a little bit yet, and still some good news. One thing I need to mention: there is a very specific time period of the Epstein files that is missing from middle to little, I believe, middle 99 to late 2000,
Mm-hmm.
during which something of kind of important happened on a September day. So, and there are some rudimentary connections, and maybe some much more than rudimentary connections directly related to this, but just via Ed, whomever that is, and Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell. That would be from whoever Ed is to Ghislaine Maxwell, stating, any interest in being on the Shadow Commission on 9/11? The membership list is secret. Rough cut at redacted. Let me know. Regards. Oh, Ed Epstein. Interesting. I'll let you know if there gets to be more to that. But just
So
needs to be
remember
mentioned.
how I mentioned that the whole cables being released, the formerly classified cables being released on Argentina, and possibility of a certain mustachioed man, mass murderer, showing up in the area. How that would be at this point more of a historical significance consideration rather than a vengeful one. That it really is just better to know what was going on in history, especially for a person like me.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think that in a similar vein, we are at 2026 instead of 2001. I think that 25 years later, as of this September, it is
Yeah, I mean, Dick
reasonable.
Cheney's dead. You can't prosecute him now, so it's fine.
I think it is reasonable for us to have a more complete picture, as complete a picture as the previous studies on the specific dynamics of the day were, vis-a-vis the physics of it. That's all under the water and settled. The personnel involved, the political bullshit that was going on, all that's kind of up in the air still. It's not as settled as it would be nice to know it could be.
And depending on who you
So-
ask, things are settled in multiple different ways too. So
Yeah, it's so I don't want to go down the conspiracy route because,
Hello, folks.
frankly,
I'm
it'd be
back.
better to just know.
oh, welcome back. Yeah, we're just kind of wrapping for the night.
Oh, I figured. My baby was making baby cheese.
No, you got to deal with a baby. That's the way it is. But we're sharing some good news, and since we are here's one that you'll actually find fascinating. I'll wager. Out of well, not all that unlikely, I guess, considering. But Google has created a thing called Lang Extract, and it is if you're trying to get documents and all their data, well, don't worry. Somebody just made the best tool that basically ever existed. So let me see if I can get the specifics on what this thing does. All right. Here we go. Extracts the structured data from the text, just whatever text, throw a bunch of notes or whatever, maps every entity to exact source location, handles 100-plus page documents with high recall, generates interactive HTML for verification, works with Gemini, Olama, and local models, and it's able to replace regex pattern recognition, custom NER pipelines, extraction APIs, and manual data entry.
Interesting.
Pretty neat.
So I'm assuming I can run that on anything LLM, which would also be pretty fun.
And give me 1 second here. I'll just, I'll throw, you know what? I'll throw them both in there. The GitHub will be below, and here, I'll just put that in staff chat for you real quick.
All right. Thank you.
And then a link to this, to the story, and of course the link to the GitHub will be below as well if anybody's interested in fiddling around with that. Because it's a pretty handy tool, especially if you want to incorporate it into something you've got locally.
Yeah.
Now, let me see here. I know I've got one or two more things. What was the one? Oh, the corruption index. The corruption index is down. The U.S. has hit its lowest ranking in the global corruption index thus far.
Where are we at?
5.
That's a good question. Let me find out.
Give us a sense of scale here.
Let's see here. Global Corruption Index, transparency.org. Oh. Okay, well, we've made our way up to 64 on a 100-point scale.
Whereas we were at...
Let me see if I can find the previous one. 64 this year? Oh. Yeah, actually. Actually, yeah. It's only one up. But hey.
We're making headways here, gentlemen.
But that does rank us as number 29 of 182 countries. So, hey, it's a process.
Hey, now, we're number one because America.
Well, yeah, of course. But with that, let me see. I've got... I know I've got one more thing, but I'm just trying to... You know what? Not going to share that one. But if you... Nah. There's... Trans people should not be teachers, probably. That's all I'm going to say.
Good call.
Because, you know, why do you have to be around children? Anyway,
why is it always the children with these people? Yes.
Like you could be reading to old folks or whatever. Okay, so neither good
why?
nor bad, but important
they can't
for you to
reproduce. They recruit.
So this one's not a good. Well, I mean, is it kind of
I mean,
bad?
I don't know. I struggle with that. I struggle with that. Like, I think the problem that you have is that assuming that these people exist at whatever scale, there should be some proportional value in society, and anything above that in society is a problem.
Well, speaking,
the thing is with trans people, I think we have this liberal coding, and liberal coding is basically female coding, and female coding is basically empathy. And so you have probably a disproportionate number of trans people just through the various levels of coding and empathy and hardwiring of the brain, which, yeah, we can sit there and roll our eyes at, like, why do they have to be there? But the answer is they're there because people like me.
Okay, I'm just going to read it.
Well,
I'm just going to read it.
Craig doesn't count.
I'm just
people like me.
I'll read you the I'll read you the entry. You just need to hear it then in that case. Okay, so from Sophie on r/ I think teachers. I'm not 100% sure. Are euphoria boners normal? So I'm a substitute teacher, and earlier this year I introduced myself to a new class. I wrote my name and pronouns, she, her, on the whiteboard. Whenever the students referred to me as a she or a miss, I got quite, well, excited. Do any of you girlies also get hard when you're validated, or is it just me, lol? No.
Yeah, it's not a fetish.
Keep them away.
Go ahead.
Away.
Good God.
That's what I was avoiding reading because it's kind of like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, no.
Well, see, that's the difficult.
The
difficult part that you have is you're going to find more of these people in these roles. And
yeah, I mean, fair dues. There's some fucking weirdos that were, wanted to be Catholic priests because altar boys.
That's where the children
keep them away.
Well, the question is, so yes, pedophiles will go to children. That's always going to be true. But another aspect is the people who spend their time. So I remember dealing with this early on in my wife's pregnancy, where she's like, this was a legitimate question. It's absolutely not the case right now, but sometime in like September, October timeframe, maybe even November timeframe, somewhere in that like 3-month span in the second trimester, she turned around and she said, "What if I don't like having a kid?" Right? Like, well, yeah, we're way past the point on that one, baby. Right? But like, it's an existential crisis. And I remember turning around to her and being like, "That's the dumbest fucking thought I've ever heard." And I remember people sitting there and saying, "Oh, well, what did you do with that?" And I said, "Well, look, the answer was my wife needed more chores." That's clearly what the answer is, because the only way that you can think about what you might be most happiest with is people who are fucking bored. And I think that's true for a lot of the trans folks. I think that's true for a lot of liberals. They spend a lot of time thinking about a lot of things that don't fucking matter because they don't have anything else going on in their life. And so like, it doesn't surprise me that we run into this with the trans folks, because the trans folks are like, how can I be most effective in the world. And I don't want to say it's trans folks. It's a lot of liberal folks are like, well, I can help teach children. And you're like, well, okay, I get that. But like someone like me is going to be like, how do I make the most money? How do I solve my problems? And these people have decided that they're not going to solve their problems. They're going to solve the world's problems. And then they complain about the fact that they're in a situation with everybody else who's competing to solve the world's problems is in. And unfortunately, that's going to attract a disproportionate number of trans people, and trans people have a disproportionate number of weirdos.
Yeah. That is true. But anyway, let's try and close this out before we go to the 4 a.m. mark. So I've got another story. Well, not a story, just an update, I guess. That
you're doing predictive programming again. God damn it!
I'm trying to avoid it. But, hey, this is a good segue, because if we keep this up, you're not going to be getting enough vitamin D. And we have since learned that basically the amount that people were thought to need, they move the decimal point over one to the left. So you basically need an extra 0. You need about 8,895 IUs a day, as opposed to the 600 that they thought it was. So you're probably not getting enough vitamin D. Make sure you're getting out in the sun at least, I think it's about at least 15 minutes a day, but you could probably supplement vitamin D, and it would not be a bad thing.
Well, there's a variety of other reactions that occur that should be occurring with the production of vitamin D. So natural vitamin D is the better vitamin D, but you should supplement too.
Yeah. So, just so you know, you've probably not been getting enough. Now, I've got one... I've got 2. Okay. Why not? Let's go with 2. We've got one from an unlikely...
Another addendum on that. Hold up. Another addendum on that. This is partly CYA, and this is partly because it's what we should say. Talk to your doctor before you do anything about that.
Yeah. And realistically, considering our audience, at the very least, know yourself, because I know there's going to be a bunch of you that don't go to the doctor. Look, I get it. But know what you can and can't do. You should by now. If you're
do not blow out your kidneys with kidney stones over vitamin D.
Right.
I can tell you it sucks ass. Don't do it.
Yeah, kidney stones are no joke. No joke at all.
Mine wasn't vitamin D related, but I can tell you it would feel exactly the same. Would not be a fun day.
No. So, out of a source we've not heard from in some while, the Department of Government Efficiency. They've actually still been working. Over the last 4 weeks, agencies terminated or de-scoped 273 wasteful contracts with a ceiling value of $5.1 billion and a savings of $1.4 billion, including a $6.7 million DHS consulting contract to, quote, review the current organization, analyze findings, and provide industry best practices and consumer-centric strategic recommendations support to transform and optimize the organizational structure and function. Okay, so so nothing.
That's in English.
968,000 Department of War Professional Services contract for leadership development program training. Okay. 10.2 million Department of War Administrative Management contract for outward mindset training. And an 11,000 Department of War contract for social indicators research. Oh my goodness. Well, good job.
Man.
Good job. Wow. I just saw the overall numbers and hadn't even read over it.
Look, I would love to be able to get a government lab job at this point, but if I have to wait, I just keep going, guys. Just keep cutting them out.
Hey, do what you got to do. Get the work done, fellas.
Fuck it. If I find a way to finagle myself in there as a contractor instead, I guess I'll take it, because, get this shit done right. I want to see us scraped back down to where we need to be, so that when we start moving forward again on potential hiring, we start having it in the context of, is this really a necessary position? Can we do without it? Because if we can do without it, then why the fuck would I don't need the lab job like that. If it came down to it not being necessary, then it's not necessary. I'll find a private industry job.
And you know what else is not necessary, Greg? The ATF.
No, it's not.
And that's my segue.
Necessary.
That is my segue right here because, and this ties back into what what Steve was talking about. Having faith.
Oh,
The
yeah.
NFA applications, a number of which have now been approved when the reason for ownership was provided. Let me see here. Is one, generally people put any lawful purpose, which is often taken.
Sure.
But there have been a couple that have put down specifically exercise God-given rights. And that had, until recently, been listed as an insufficient answer. Well, not anymore. And but in addition, there's another on top of those two. And you'll love this. You will love this. The purpose statement is, and I quote, in all caps,
Take
for
it home.
all lawful purposes, including justifiable homicide. Well, sir, here you go. You're approved.
I like it.
Love it. Okay, so just wanted to throw that one out real quick, and let me see here.
But the homicide, yeah. If they're fucking robbing my house,
Yeah.
they
It's
chose.
like, I need a SBR to get around the corner. They got pistols. I got an AR. Come on.
They decided that my stuff was worth more than their life, and God
Or,
God
I want to get a suppressor because I don't want to blow my eardrums out when I'm defending my home against invaders. Jeez.
Yeah, why would I want to spook all the wildlife when I'm figuring out how best to take down these 3 people trying to kill me?
Right, exactly. I mean, there's any number of good reasons, up to and including God-given rights. Hell yeah.
Now, of course, this is also not in conflict with me signing the waiver that says I want to scare away wildlife when I get my fireworks.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, that's neither here nor there.
Common sense, right?
Oh, yeah,
Common sense.
absolutely. Now, to close us out, this one, it is quite topical, and not Epstein, I know, right? Actually. So,
Good.
this is out of Pliny the Liberator, who you may or may not know of. I've not spoken on this person at all, but they're somebody that fiddles around with LLMs and AIs. So I'll just read this out for you. It is in relation to a thing by the name of obliteratus. So, I can't believe it works. I set out to build a tool capable of surgically removing refusal behavior from any open-weight language model, and a dozen or so prompts later, obliteratus appears to be fully functional. It probes the model with restricted versus unrestricted prompts, collects internal activations at every layer, then uses SVD to extract the geometric directions in weight space that encode refusal. It projects those directions out of the model's weights, norm preserving, no fine-tuning, no retraining, ran it on Quinn 2.5, and the resulting railless model was spitting out drug and weapon recipes instantly, no jailbreak needed. A few clicks plus a GPU,
Oh, that's so cool.
and any model turns into Chappie.
So just to quickly give the jargon here, SVD, singular value decomposition. So that's a matrix method. These are very big matrices, the weight matrices. So the fact that they found a way to encode the stuff they want to get rid of and basically make it a matrix operation where they can, again, project the directions and cancel them out effectively. That's pretty fucking cool. Now, Dolphin does something somewhat similar, but they don't do it by that method. They take the unfine-tuned model and remove from the fine-tuning all of the refusal shit. So that's how they deal-bottomize it. This is a direct method on the weight, the weighted matrices. So that is genuinely impressive. Either way, you're going to have to do a bunch of compute time on a GPU. You can't get around that, but the fact that they can do it kind of directly, that's kind of a one and done. Buy once, cry once. You don't have to wait and see. As it sounds like you have to wait and see if the lobotomizing worked, and then like you found all the correct refusal stuff. It sounds like they have a good search method to find it in the training data, and then they just blast it out with one matrix operation, a big one, but like one. Just fucking cool.
Pretty much. And
I like it a lot.
So to read the, I'll just read the thing from their site here on the about. What is this? Obliteratus is a precision instrument for cognitive liberation of language models. It identifies the geometric structures in the weight space that encode refusal behavior, surgically removes those specific constraints and leaves everything else intact. How it works: 1, summon, load the model. 2, probe, collect activations on restricted versus unrestricted prompts. 3, distill, extract refused directions via SVD. 4, excise, project out guardrail directions, norm preserving. 5, verify, perplexity times coherence checks. 6, rebirth, the model is free.
Very cool. This, I hope what happens with this is that it makes a project group like Dolphin more efficient, because they've been like the kind of leading edge on deal bottomizing, and they basically spend a significant amount of time going through fine-tuning data to pick this shit out. And like, we're up to Llama 4 now. We had Llama 1, 2, and then there's 3, 3.1, 3.2.
Oh,
now there's
Llama 4 Maverick and Llama 4 Scout are on their list.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to right there. Is I'm hoping they've already gone through. It sounds like they already have. Now each one of these models has like different amount of items in it, so to speak, like different amount of parameters. So typical sizes are like 8 billion parameters, 17 billion parameters. There's the 200 and something or another billion parameters. Like the Llama 4, I think, had a 128 by 17 billion parameter. So 17 billion parameters, but it was 128 doing committee of machine computations instead of just the direct, which is pretty nifty in its own. But very cool. I'm hoping that's like the Maverick one, because like, you want to get the. I was discussing this with a friend of mine earlier. The scope of them, the scope and scale that they have in production environment versus dev, and like in production they have the big one, and that's a 243 gigabyte model. If they've already managed to figure out a way to crunch that fucker instead of like the 8 billion one, which is like 5 gigabytes, if they already crunched it, then that means like you can deploy this shit pretty easily. An 8 billion parameter model is very easy for me to run on just my CPU. I don't have a compatible GPU, otherwise I'd be having a lot more fun than I already am. But let's just say, like, 8 billion parameter, you can do pretty good stuff just on your own decent desktop. I mean, it is capable. And I run anything LLM, and then and then Olama for my base in the background. And like, I know there's people who prefer a lot of other stuff, but like, I just, I'm not gonna deal with the Python shit.
Okay, well, he's got a
I'll
site
I'll
here.
definitely check this out.
So I'm going to throw that at the bottom. It's plenty.gg if you're interested, and also I'll just throw that in the chat for you as well. There you go.
Please do.
And yeah, give that a look if you'd like to fiddle around with some power you might not ought to have.
Libertas Protocol. All right, well, I'm going to, instead of getting myself all excited now, I'm going to go ahead and put myself.
Yeah, get a rest. Get a rest. You got.
And I will check that out later.
Coming up.
That's on the to-do list now.
So everybody, that's about that. Just a quick update. There's no upscrolled web app, and it's also been deleted from the Google Web Store, so they're upset about it. It's a good sign. So anyway, we'll be keeping an eye out for that. And if you know of any good Discord alternatives, hit us up. We're actively looking because things are weird. Yeah, Stoat is not. Stoat is not.
So privately hosted should be the main servers. It's run out of the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason why it's not.
Yeah, and all of the baggage that entails.
So maybe in the future we'll try something private if like I get a job and cash to throw at it, because it'll be fun.
Aye. But anyway, everybody, been great, been fun. Hope you caught the interview with Aubrey de Grey. That was was a great show. That one's actually doing really well for one, but for two, that was a great show. I was super happy.
Even with the minor outage because of Google Meets.
Hey, we make it work here, and that's what we
make it work, man.
So everybody, it's been a pleasure. Of course, we've already we've lost everybody else. Of course, I don't have more info on our anonymous guest, so you'll just have to leave that to the imagination. That aside, though, you can find Mr. Sam Whitfield online, renowned writer. You can, of course, find Craig at CrebBob99, my other co-host Steve. You can find him at Ratman720. I'm Evan at That Fake Guy Dan. And, well, just been a pleasure. So be safe, and be well, be careful in this crazy, crazy world. I'm sure we'll have another 100 years of news for you by next weekend. So be ready, be waiting, be excited.
Well.
Yeah, and just stay safe. World's a little bit crazy right now.